Me have me uncle kill dog and drunk. You think them can kill me like Cape kill Franco? Murder that and escaping on me bronco. Did we take your life? I say thank you. Well, what do you bar with? To say him kill me a sting. The whole Jamaica have that as the wickedest thing. No afraid your punk run go crown him king. Me come fi war them say you pass a thing. Nobody can stop me from vent out me rot. Me come fi war if I see them want fi part.
Yeah.
Mad me get mad now to move my blood clot.
Yeah.
Back to my favorite part where me start. Huh.
Are you mad? You see dancehall artists then, when it comes to lyrics, when we're talking about lyrics, listen. What beat is this?
No boy, me no fear, talk it loud, make them hear full of clarity, me clear. You're just that man. While Lord appear, them drop like chandelier, appear dope is up in here. You're just that man. Gun no fire flare, when it bust it disappear, take your ass out a year. When I'm much that man. All them declare, me no fear, me no scare. Well, rub them out a yard and we done them enough foreign. It no make no sense them come back here with the bragging. The one them must see Batman and him friend a Robin. Why not I give them steady mobbing? Well, this is Becca ain't a vein. Me and my friend Yavin done them like Bin Laden. Who caused the bombing? War and your family. They plans them yamming. See the hollow point of him a drag him hard sham.
Hey people, afternoon, January. Wally pass it me after the watch. Work from morning, be a walk. And I be a things me I pray a bag of things from morning. Me I watch the performances them a regular and them the way. There's a couple artists. Well, I deal with the thing already. Hey, regular look like a one nice festival over there in Milton Keynes. The stadium, whole heap of people. One ocean of people to write it. They are stadium, but they are late. Better late than never, you know. Better late than never. Sorry for the tardiness. Normally they are earlier than that. But forgive me, people. This is what it is. Hey, Roger Hines.
Rambo Canambo, Pundimistic vibration, good vibes, real talk, pure energy. Roger Hines, big up, Rambo.
Hey, may I tell you so, me get that one there, man. I go line you up one way there, man. Hey, me have to make it a part of the intro and then the way there, man. Don't know anything going on. But me get it, Roger. Me get it, man. You see me? Get it, you see it. But yeah, people, we there on the holiday here. On the holiday. We not do no beat, no. We not do none of this today. So all of them kind of.
These bad boys are done for.
Hold on, we say turn up on the drop. All right, hold on. Hold on. Come name Bucket Free now. Hold on. Bucket. Hold on. Me run back the drop. Hold on. Me run it back.
Rambo Canambo, Pundimistic vibration, good vibes, real talk, pure energy. Roger Hines, big up, Rambo.
You want to say volume good now? Let me know if you volume good enough. I don't know anything going on. Let me know if you volume good. Because I guess I dropped that, you know. I don't know, you know. When time line up all this and put it on one intro video, and I'm not good enough. And I'm not good. See? But we have a whole heap to talk about, you know, people. We have a whole heap to talk about. But we're not talking about dancehall today, unfortunately. We're not talking about dancehall today. I'm going to talk about put up a thing. This is how I talk about in idea. Yeah? This is a problem we have to start out in idea. We're going to talk about some things, some whole heap of things. With regards to people them where what them say we national hero them and who me think deserve that and can hold on upon that and who me think why I don't forget no national hero boy, you know. That would they have thought about today. And who some people, I see some people I say, yo boy, that person and that person. What I talk about it too, see, you know, if it makes sense, them get it or something else, you know, what I talk about it. Some things. And when I don't know, phone input is very valuable, you know, needed at the same time, you know. You see me? But big up the people where they are from Shirley out. Man, like dread they are from Man and Star. I go and watch it. Yo, I never kidnap me get kidnapped, you know. Well, I go out of I go after I think if I kidnap me get kidnapped. No, I never kidnap me get kidnapped, you know. You never get kidnapped, aya. Talk about that. I want to go out feel life. Yo, go lie. Hey, King Higgins, you know, I have big up King Higgins, you know, because King Higgins are one of them who miss like, man, I binge watch your content, you know. And it's line up it on whichever device you have on us, you know, and so I listen to your reason and throwing in comments them here and there, you know, man. I have big up King Higgins. Any which part in there, you don't know any soldier. My respect every time. Listen, on the girl situation, yeah, I have to go fix things, man. Because I might tell you say a whole heap of things we want to fix, you know, because if one of the things I say, we'll stop, you know, we have our next one now, we're going to feature all this, man. You know.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
Hey, if I wonder why me never derove Michael side there and I chat up to nobody all night, man. You know. Brother, that's how we reach. You see me? We reach them a part in a life right now. See? Yes,
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
That's how we reach in a life. Big man thing. Nah, you know, no chattings and no ray with no guy we feel like so them wiser than nobody. That's how we're right now. See me. That only I bless up, you know. Bless up. I wonder what me boy. No next something I take up all I book them for the in a place and I do all kind of things. So far with all my background, see me. But where's Roger? Them the people they not, hey, I go show you something to you know. Cause I go show you one next pattern. Cause when I do that subject, you know, we do local research and things. We book up on some things, you know, where the hero thing, yeah, it have a pattern, you know. It have a pattern, I swear to God. You see me? Yo, if anybody did I wonder who the brother that would just say on screen, this is the guy name. Brother that would just me playing a video and thing. Yeah, John Henry Clark. Interesting umbre, to say the least. See me? But not Nile where in there? I went Nile there. Cause when we start deal this thing, you know, man. Some people are go think that, hey, me not lying a goal and me not spear none, you know, cause for your boy the George William the two, you know, I go ask questions of him. I go ask questions of him because you see me. You not spear none. Not spear none. Not spear a soul. But anyway, people, as I say what I talk about the national hero thing. Because for me, the national hero them have to represent the people them affairs in a certain way, you know, in a way that it's unquestionable. You understand? So they're supposed to represent the people them affairs. Fight for the people them, the greater good of the people them. And that should be unquestionable, you know. But some of them money we have as our national hero. Some of them, in terms of them dedication to the people and them you understand how they move with the people them, what the policies what them deploy, how it affect the people them. Some of them man they really and truly I feel look on them with side eye. Because when them get a national hero too, it's like a question. What how them the man they get national hero? For what? And then the man they gonna get national hero. But whenever we select them, you know, I want to say we, I mean we the people. Especially this generation. The generation will select them a man and say them a man a hero. We never part of the discussion. We never vote upon it. Never vote upon it. None time at all. But Show Alliance, blessed, you know. We're there upon the emancipation day there. I deal with the thing, you know. In the afternoon, I don't know the thing, so. But hey, I tell the people, it's so hot, you know. I say it's so hot at Jamaica, you know. But I go through one crisis, you know. With all water, you know, people. I go through one serious crisis with water, you know. Can you imagine the land of wood and water? I go through one crisis with water, a water crisis. The land of wood and water sounds strange, don't it? But yeah, people are that are going with Jamaica right now in terms of water and the sun out there. Me agree with you, you know, my God. Me couldn't agree with you anymore, no dread. Couldn't agree with you anymore. You see all of them something there? All of them something there, I'm telling them about too. Well, it's a Show Alliance. Drought up there, so drought. That they are Florida too. If drought there, so a Jamaica, yeah, drought. That for they are Florida too. Well, like Caribbean, but me I tell you someone, we are the land of wood and water, you know, and we have drought. Them there's something happen, you know, when the powers that be never do them due diligence, you know, when they must set up certain things, boy. You know. Them there's something that happen one time the powers that be, you know, them something. You know. Remember one time me I do a live and me I tell the people them say, yo, St. Anne is a parish where we're full of river. I have one of the most like crazy water situation. People you have many people in our parish who don't have pipe water. That are St. Anne. Man, them capital literally mean 8 rivers for us club. Literally, you know, Ocho Rios mean 8 river in a Spanish, you know. 8 rivers. And pipe water one drastic situation. People feel a catchment on them the way the same way in a St. Anne. What am I tell you? But I'm gonna say yo, we could get in the thing, you know, with the national hero then. Yeah. So we're asking a question. First and foremost, right? We're asking a question, first of the questions. Has Jamaica's national hero list stood the test of time? You don't think the national hero list stood the test of time? All right, time for recognize some other people, boy, in Jamaica. Whether dead or alive, recognize some other people. Should the national hero status only be reserved for those involved in the struggle for freedom and independence? Should we have only the people involved in the struggle for freedom and independence as heroes? If you're never involved in that struggle there, pre-independence, pre abolition of slavery, should you even be considered? Or should we transform our culture, economy, education, sports, international reputation? Them the thing there. If you do them the thing there, if you're supposed to qualify. One of the thing, people, only the people who did involve in a pre-freedom, pre-emancipation, pre-independence, them that we're supposed to have as hero, or we're supposed to have the people where as sports star them transcend certain boundaries and them put Jamaica on spotlight there. What you need, Amir? What do you need? You see, I don't want you to destroy this book, you know. I don't want you to destroy this book, I swear. Why? The car? It's the hero as freedom fighter. Really and truly, you know, that's what it's supposed to be, you know, really and truly, you know, but I don't know how everybody would have feel about it. How everybody would have feel about that. You see them as freedom fighter or what the case? How everybody would have feel about that. Freedom fighter. Because a freedom fighter, you know, why name them here somebody shout out now like this man.
Have you made a lot of money out of your music?
Money. I mean, how much is a lot of money to you?
Yeah, that's a good question. Have you made, say, millions of dollars?
No.
Are you a rich man?
When you mean rich, what you mean?
You have a lot of possessions, a lot of money in the bank?
Position make you rich? I don't have that type of richness. My richness is life, forever.
I want to feel about that, man. Because if we go by freedom fighter and independence, you know, we have to omit Bob Marley, you know, in the running, you know. Yeah, that corporate, yes. Them strides that they make, you know, them politics. I mean, that's what I say, you know, man. But what get to it there, you know, me couldn't rush the thing. What get to it, right? Horrible, yes, Latona. Horrible. And indeed, nasty work. Nasty work, Latona. But see definition as per what me believe one national hero supposed to really and truly have over, right? A person whose extraordinary courage, leadership, and sacrifice made a lasting contribution to the freedom, development, or identity of their nation. So all of that, you know. All of that. Because I'm looking at one next country there, national hero, list a national hero that you know, I see some things that you know where really and truly it opened my eye. I mean, hey, you see when you not look on the next country, you look on years alone. You think of years alone, you know, like you think are you alone? Have them a question in your head, you know, you think are you alone? Have them kind of scenario there, you know, when you see them thing there, you know. Jaja. You say that go on, Raja. Why? Why? Anyway. Well, maybe. All right, but you are golden eye. Make we go through that something and then let me see if you go still have a same frame of mind regards to this. Yeah. So that's our definition. So make we look on the people, right? Look on the people. So we have first and foremost, we have Nanny and Marcus. So we have Nanny, Queen Nanny, Granny Nanny, right? Led the Windward Maroons and hey, so maroon them, But when we reach other set of people, we talk about something to with the maroon them, right? So led the Windward Maroons in a successful guerrilla campaign against the British colonial forces in the 18th century, securing freedom and land for the escaped Africans. So she, in all her efforts, secured land and freedom for the African them, but it escaped the British at the time, who did enslave them, right? So that's what Nanny do. Right? Sam Sharp did something well, somewhat different, right? So him instigate and led the Christmas rebellion. So Bondong plantation settings again. Right? People must strike. People must strike because they never like Wagwan. Never like Wagwan. So then start protests. And guess what? Sam Sharp, one of them, but in the process of all of this, end up losing life. So when him orchestrate this rebellion and Bondong went for Bondong, he end up losing life. So without a doubt, now question Sam Sharp. And as a person who live in Mobile too, where past Sam Sharp Saturday night, Sam Sharp Square there in Mobile. Yeah. Yeah, I think them for deal with that statue place too better thing, because sometimes I don't know, but maybe they need to fence it better. Sometimes when you look at madman go over, they go do all kind of fart and them the way there. It's not fit don't make like the people them have access, but nobody can desecrate below Sam Sharp statue, Man I do all number 2 over there and rare. Just because him a fan zone, man. I make blouse and skirt the man and go over the man. Go do all of them fucker. So see there, as I'm saying, a hero, for real, heroic things, Remember good, see there, extraordinary courage, leadership, and sacrifice made a lasting contribution to the freedom, development, and identity of their nation. That's what them do. Yeah? That's what them do. Paul Bogle is an ex-man where spearhead another rebellion too. We over in a Morant Bay there, so. Yeah? Way over Morant Bay, spearhead that rebellion. And you know what Paul Bogle and Sam Sharp have in common? This. The Maroons handed them over. the Jamaica Maroons. The Jamaica Maroons have a whole heap of answer to, you know. Them Jamaica Maroons have a whole heap of answer to, you know. Because when them have people a shoot out and a fight for freedom and a rebel against the oppressors, them, you know, the British, you know. Them them always link them, you know. Them always, every time something like this happening in Jamaica, them always link them. And them help the crown to capture. Them help the crown, which is the British crown, to capture Sam Sharp and Paul Bogle. So when you see some people, them kind of against the Maroons, them, you know, them are the reason why. When you see some people, I say, yo, them not just Maroon them up to this day, they're not just Maroon them. Them are the reason why. So why would we trust them? Why would we even trust them now? Why would we even trust them now? Read one little chapter, let me see. So the black peasants rose and took control of the parish for 2 days. So 2 days when time the man them did that deal with, when Paul Bogle did that go on with himself, you know, and a rebel. You know. 2 days the man them take control of the parish. The governor quickly retaliated, declaring martial law and ordering troops to capture the rebels and suppress the rebellion. The troops destroyed Stony Gut and Bogle's chapel. So them burned down, they mash up Stony Gut and them would have burned down the chapel where Bogle was our deacon, supposed to deacon. Killing more than 400 persons outright across the parish. So the man them declare martial law and kill over 400 persons across the parish, including women and children. So the women and children were not spared, you know. And man, woman, and picnic, the man them killed. Well, unalive. I could say unalive, right? Man, woman, and picnic, the man them unalive. Over 400. Also, them arrest more than 300 persons, including Bogle, over 300 persons. Jamaican Maroons from Moortown eventually captured Bogle and delivered him to the colonial government. Want to hear that? Want to hear that? I'll read it again. Jamaican Maroons from Moortown eventually captured Bogle and delivered him to the colonial government. That go on, you know.
Bumbo rascal. Jamaica, stop! Jamaica, stop!
So when I say people in a this day and age, I say, yo, them not trust the Maroon them, you know. Because of them, I think one time when a peasant them, so-called black peasant, when them rise up and get boisterous and so them do things like this, the man them always go shout the Jamaican Maroons them for come quell everything. Them always do that. You see me? Give me my phone. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So when time I'm looking at them, they always are going. and all them things too. Right? You see that's something there. You see that's something there where the maroon them sign with the British. Nanny would have never signed that, you know. Nanny would have never signed that. The Captain Culture them sign with the British, you know. When the British tell them say, "Oh no, I go do this and that," and yeah, we leave alone with the piece of land, wanna take up in a compound. This we're not trouble. You know. Just do this and this. See? But yeah, people, it's the same thing they do to Sam Sharp and Bob Bogle. Slave code. I don't know what them call it, you know. I don't know what them call it. But guess what? The next person panelist here, I reason why I agree with Dreddy, so because George William Gard never spearhead no rebellion, you know. So he wasn't at the forefront of no rebellion. Yes, him did a chat up him mouth in a parliament, but he never did at the forefront of no rebellion, you know. Them just wall on him because them say, boy, him and Paul Bogle are best friend and brethren, and a Paul Bogle, him make Paul Bogle turn the deacon in a church there, and thing, and them the way there, right? And a matter of fact, too, in them the time too, this is why I say, yo, me not too, because really and truly, George William Garden would have more privilege than a Paul Bogle in them time, you know, because George William Garden did mix. So because he mix and him have some color there, you know, so to speak. Them there's something there. Can put back the book them on the bookshelf, please, sir. Put them on the bookshelf, please. Thank you. Thank you. Put them on the bookshelf. All right, give me this one. Put the rest on the bookshelf, please, sir. Please. Oh, no, I did not say I wanted it. I said I wanted to put it back on the bookshelf. Put it on the bookshelf. Put it back. Put it back. All right, you can put it back. All right, leave it here. Yeah, you can take this one. Yes, take this one. I will see you. Thank you. So, yo, George William Garden was a man where, as me say, goal and I'm not lying about. I can't give him a pass. Can't give him a pass. Nah lie. As a man, him did more privilege than a Paul Bogle. Cause him businessman, magistrate and politician. Paul Bogle couldn't turn them something in them the time they no magistrate, no. Not even no businessman and a Paul Bogle them could have chance to turn him. That will show you how him did privilege in them the time there. So even though him did a speak out against the same governor there, in at the time when the thing a go on. I can't give him a pass. I can't give him a pass because if him did there at the front line, when time the rebellion a go on, and a help, burn down a plantation and thing, then we could have said yes, it's justified. But he did do that. Matter of fact, when the thing go on, a Kingston him did there. Annette, bless up in him, Annette. We're there upon a holiday, yeah. We're there upon a holiday. But like what Dred said, when the thing go on, a Kingston him there. A Kingston him there when time the whole thing go on with Paul Bogle, and Paul Bogle a burn down a plantation and them the way there and you see me? Then the man there at Kingston, and because the governor at the time that they did I say, yo, him and Paul Bogle are brethren, and him did I facilitate Paul Bogle gatherings them in our church and them the way there. I never like him because him did a speak out against him. He must say, no man, yeah, orchestra man, you know, him charge him for conspiracy. You know, so I'm saying guilty of conspiracy. Him and Paul Bogle him did a conspire. That the next one to, you know, Dread, the out of many one syndrome that we will have, you know. That out of many one syndrome, we need to stop.
Bumbo rascal. Jamaica, stop! Jamaica, stop!
Out of many one something there, you know, where. And that's why I get a pass to, you know. Because we go black down to so ombre in a few, you know. I go black down to a so ombre in a few. Right? But it may have a problem with. I have no problem with Nanny. Whether people have to say, boy, she a folklore or not, I don't have a problem with Nanny. I don't have a problem with Sam Sharp. I don't have a problem with Paul Bogle. George William Garden question mark. But that's our meeting. What you think? Want to make me know? What you think about a George William Garden? What you think? You think him forget a pass? Oh, let me say, goal and I. Goal and I. If you have time, you want to plead the case for George William Garden. See link there. If you have time, you want to plead the case for George there. Let me know what I go on. Let me know what I go on. Because you alone, because I not plead no case for him. I not plead no case for him. For me, him can't stay. Him not forget them the honors there for me. You see me? Hey, Niall, good question. So here we go on. Forward and make you know a pleading case then, Niall. Because I say I'm not pleading case, you know. Me dey on Paul Bogle side. But as I say forward and pleading case then. Me not say nothing. If we plead the case correctly, I'm say, all right, we'll give him a pass. We can't give him a pass, but I wouldn't have to plead the case. Me not plead the case. Where you say go on, Golden Eye? Where you say go on?
Big up my bad G Carambo. You know, I'm gonna sell out my bridging William Gardner and I'm a G. That's up the chat. You know, I'm gonna make one of those dash my general.
Talking about brother, dash I tell more on dash now.
Then dash your neck in a for cars, you know. So you tell me say I'm a hero.
Me not say man a hero.
Alright, Carambo, seriously, right? We're not gonna use him privilege and how him born, right? To negate the fact that he did facilitate a lot of things, right? He might not have been hands-on per se when it comes to rebellion, but he did use his privileges to help out Paul Bogle to do them things. We can't say, and he did sacrifice.
As I say, him turn him in a deacon and him did a speak out, you know. Yes. I say him did a speak out. Him did against the governor at the time, you know.
Yeah.
Right, which is why him even end up in the quagmire, right? Because him did against the governor at the time when
he was for the cause. He was for the cause. You know what I mean? So not because he never black and him did I run up and down in the trenches. You know, he used his influence, his power that he had at the time, you know, to push forward their agenda. You see me? Positively for the black people. So I would dash off Norman Manley or whoever Alexander Bustamante.
We don't reach this yet.
Yeah.
We don't reach this yet because I tell us saying I go dashing them, God. We don't reach this yet.
But this man paid the ultimate sacrifice with his life for his stand. No matter how.
Watch my money, you know. Watch my money, you know. Watch my money, you know. Brother, you know said, brother, I mean, me have to ban you like how Michael ban you, oh my God. No bother with it, you know. Bother with it, you know, night. All right, watch out, era. It's like how me I give him and them, he tries to plead George William Garden. Go plead future fanboy case now. Plead future fanboy case. Man, go tell me about blows that skirt. Yo.
Bumbo rascal. Jamaica, stop! Jamaica, stop!
I'll tell you about future fanboy that. White Knight, do better no man. Nile, where's the go on now, Nile? I plead the case.
Yo, salute here. Salute to you. Salute to Golden Eye.
Nah, bless
White
up,
Knight.
bro.
Yeah, White Knight, Unruly Dread. Salute all on here. And all the other ones. Now, as we're Golden Eyes, right? And as relative to my questions, is there a sole criterion that inform one being a national hero wherein he or she has to be at the front line? Or is it not enough that this man risked everything so that he could inform the liberation of the majority of Black people in Jamaica? Is that not enough to inform one being impactful enough to be a national hero?
But I said that now because guess what? As I said, these are the definition for we, right?
Yeah.
A person whose extraordinary courage, leadership, and sacrifice made a lasting contribution to the freedom, development, or identity of their nation.
All right. So
that's how we have it. Yeah.
So relative to all that you've referenced, wherein he elevated, empowered Paul Bogle, spoke when he didn't have to. And we know that those were indelible marks that informed the liberation of the people in Jamaica at great risk to himself.
Yeah, he
doesn't
ticked every
that
box
satisfy?
there.
Yeah, doesn't that satisfy what you outline as national hero?
Well, yeah, you know, but this are my issue there too. We have liquid, right?
Yeah.
When the thing did go on with Paul Bogle, right? If we say him did what would I say now? Influence then Paul Bogle for riot and cause problem, right? What make a Kingston them there for go feel? What make him there for go back and yard at Kingston while Paul Bogle go on with himself?
Us being Monday morning quarterbacks, right? And we're looking at it. We're not mindful of all the reference that informed him being at a particular place at a party that time. I think we should ask ourselves questions like, would Paul Bogle have been empowered to achieve that which he's achieved without what we would argue to be necessary support from George William Garden?
See, I try to ask. See, one imperative question: Did he risk, or was he just naive when he lent the church to keep the Bible meeting with Paul Bogle and brethren?
I can't imagine that being a function of naivety, given the climate of the day. He was a learned man, wherein the majority weren't. He clearly knew the protocol of the day. I would love to hear Unruly Dread's perspective as to why he think he was informed by naivety.
Yes. And I don't think George William Garden was naive to the fact of who Paul Bogle was and what his agenda was all along. I'm sure he supported it wholeheartedly and was with it. That's why I speak out in every capacity that he could. He wasn't a quiet man just giving money. He was vocal. Very vocal.
Now, if we had to pick only X amount of individuals to be national heroes, it's very possible that we could find other individuals who've done more. But without listing out the criteria, in a certain kind of way, chances are we probably won't find those individuals. And the reason why I'm saying that, like when I look at Harry Belafonte, right, without his level of funding, the civil rights movement probably would have never achieved that which they've achieved. Nonetheless, he's not necessarily, unless you were to read, he's not necessarily elevated to the level of MLK, right? So maybe you could use Harry Belafonte as a modern analog to George William Garden. But Harry Belafonte, I mean, he funded outside of the Jewish community. Harry Belafonte probably is the individual who funded the civil rights movement the most. But he's not up there in the pantheon with MLK, right? But where would they have been without his resources? And maybe we could have different tiers for heroes. And then one could argue that George William Garden, seemingly that's what you're suggesting, that George William Garden hasn't risen, he didn't rise to that level of the Paul Bogle and Sam Sharp. Like, I am with you. I think Sam Sharp and Paul Bogle are probably the two sole unimpeachable national heroes.
Yeah, and man, them can't move.
And then I could make an argument against every single one of the other ones.
That's we go talk about it as me saying, because
man, I
guess for them we reach a 4 now. We don't talk about the other 3 now. They say me have a serious bone to pick at 2 of the other 3, you know, my God.
And as we unruly dread talk about the out of many one motto, I think I am the say it, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about that and them kind of thing there. So yeah, man, do your thing, right?
Yeah, man.
Gotcha.
All of this, hold on. So as the dreader said, I'm sure other examples of individuals showing kindness to the enslaved, does that make them heroes too?
Hold on, say that again.
I'm sure like there are other examples of people like a George William Gardner show kindness to the enslaved, if that would have made them heroes too.
So my question is tangential to that earlier, right? However, I quibble with the notion of kindness. Truly, we know that George William Garden went beyond benevolence, right? He went beyond benevolence and he paid for it, right? I don't think that had anything to do with him being generous.
No. So George William Garden, question mark, but really, we say we have to make it slide. If we go say, all right, a tier list, a matter of fact, a tier list as well, you say, him probably would have there below a tier list, a Paul Bogle and Sam Sharp and a Nanny.
Probably so, and when you have so many informed people in the chat, hopefully they can chime in, because seemingly me and Golden I are of the view that he's a national hero, even if we put an asterisk beside it. You know what I mean? So we could try to solicit feedback from these esteemed individuals in the chat, though.
Yeah, man, of course, man. But where Dread I go shoot off. So he said, boy, Belafonte was a great man, but the thing conflicted, just like Frederick Douglass, he must say, he married to a white lady.
Hey, Ras, low snow bunny, man.
Married to a white lady.
So the question is a person's utility adversely impacted by whom he or she loves? Does that negate the fact that he's done meaningful work? Or are we worried about the optics of whom he married and so forth? And unruly dread, is because you say that. You know, say, oh, it go right. Death to all oppressor was the original reference, right? And then when I people over say, yo, I oppressors are not only white, it had to be revised to say death to all black and white oppressors. So we cannot create this color demarcation as it relates to advocacy for our upliftment. To think then that Belafonte ought to be adversely impacted by the fact that he married a particular individual. And the same for Frederick Douglass.
Yeah. Well, see, I know.
Frederick Douglass.
See,
Sorry, so let me say this real quick though. Especially with
yeah,
Frederick
yeah.
Douglass being half white, half black himself. Yeah,
See,
man,
see,
I being give me a talk. I know you know it.
see, Dreadags, you know, it question the Pan-Africanist credentials. Yeah, and true. A Pan-Africanist and him have one white wife that sound paradoxical and strange, eh?
Also.
Eh?
How is it paradoxical or contradictory to be with someone who's not of your race? How does that conflict with one being Pan-African, given that
No,
Pan-Africanism is an
a
ideology?
Pan-Africanist, you know, how we envision a Pan-Africanist, you know. Black everything, you know. Black first, you know, black unity. So that you would assume a Pan-Africanist, regardless of anything, would have stayed within them race.
Look at even Cornel West, right? I think his wife is Persian. And I've said to people many a times, someone like Cornel West, who's fastidiously studying for hours and hours and hours, and his wife, if I'm not mistaken, is a librarian, right? He would have spent so much time in libraries that he would create a bond with someone who's also in the libraries. Should he be punished for that social proximity that introduced him to his wife? Does it take away from the work that he's doing, his scholarship? Can scholarship really be if scholarship is something that you should be able to test, right? Can we actually show a correlation between marrying someone outside of the Pan-African community with inferior scholarship?
I guess we can't, right? In that regard,
I know the dread. I need the one. Come on, because you have some hope ideas and thoughts there, brother.
Dread, I got drop him thoughts that up here tonight, man.
Yeah, man, but more want him forward so can, dialectically engage in real time.
Yeah. Dread on a panel yet, he never have, but he
exactly.
Did never see it. If it happened over here, so it would have been extraordinary, but I don't think it would never see it happen yet. So me not bank.
Yeah, man.
But anyway, I mean, a question mark. Me not murder him, you know. Me not murder him.
No, man, you're mad.
A question mark, right? Me not murder him, but a question mark. But we could go to the other people. You understand? We could go to the other people. Oh, and so hold on. Say dread. Well, say dread that. I say people free to choose them partner, but same way, me not expect a KKK member to marry a black woman. Me not expect a Nazi to marry a Jew. So,
I want to respond to that, but I don't want to go in a rabbit hole with that. I want to respond to him, but more, the way I do. Dread, like me, I say, I always love your input in everything.
No, man, we still go to the other three, man. Free for speak, man. We there for a while, you know.
Yeah,
we there for a while.
Yeah, man, some say free, as when say, people free to choose them partner. But when me no expect a KKK member to marry. So is there an analog between Harry Belafonte, Frederick Douglass marrying a non-black person with a KKK or a Nazi person marrying a non-Caucasian? Is it really that cut and dry?
But now there are examples of each in history, you know.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking the question, yeah.
There are examples of people.
Question, you know. Yeah, man. And especially again, Frederick Douglass, right? Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, love knows no bounds, you know.
Yeah, man.
People made the ultimate sacrifice a lot of times in history. No matter which aisle of the fence they're on for love. And they paid the ultimate sacrifice, which is their life. Living in those times.
Yeah, man. And as it relates to Frederick Douglass, right? He's half black, half white. Does that preclude him from dating, marrying someone who's white, and to the extent that he's half black, half white, and is deemed black, isn't that the one drop rule that decided that he's inferior, and he's black? To create these, are we not subscribing to our oppressors' construct? What's more important, getting the work done, or wearing an Armani suit versus an Adidas tracksuit getting the work done?
Good question.
Yep. And we can't demonize another race, because I think Kanambo we mentioned this a couple times on the panel. We have some former discussions like this. There wouldn't be no freedom for black people without the help of these said white demons. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, man, real talk. If not for the abolitionists, and again, as we mentioned earlier, outside of the Harry Belafontes of the world, the significant majority of the funding for the civil rights movement in America came from the Jewish community, like 2/3.
Yep.
So to the extent that we want a purist perspective under the auspices of Pan-Africanism, I mean, one has to ask, to what end? We secure certain optics without yielding a particular result.
Yeah. Hey, a white knight, the Jed seen at the chat, I want to make a guilty white knight, you know, white woman. Hey, Jed. A white knight, actual Jed. No, joke.
So as we say, we go continue, because I see three other men there now. We move from the people as you can see.
Here we are.
Resistance.
Yeah.
Resistance to slavery and colonialism, to a global black empowerment and modern nation, quote unquote, building, and them the real. See this, hey, big up in a bro. Manners and respect, you know. We're there upon the emancipation day, I talk about some things. So Marcus Garvey, you know, this man I can't move, you know. Him can't move, you know. Where would that mother have question mark over a William Garden? Not for Marcus, because you see, for me, you know, you see, if Marcus did ever get to build like the PPP, then get even half of the things that we did that talk about to do, Jamaica would have, you know, a better place right now than we.
You just said, though, if he had gotten the opportunity to build it.
Yes, if he got
so do we make people national heroes because of what they intended to do, or what they've actually gotten done?
Yes, so that's what we say. That's why I say, if we go fight against a George William Garden, then it will leave problem for our ways to fight out a Marcus Garvey, and me not fight out a Marcus Garvey.
Why not? What has he achieved?
What has he achieved? No, he didn't get to achieve his vision, you know, for obvious reasons. Because he looked more like a Paul Bogle. If he did look anything like a George William Garden, he probably would have get fit achieve something.
You don't think that's largely speculative, though? I mean, and at the end of the day, whether speculative or not, or not, right? To your point, he didn't realize that which he sought out too. And why are we affording Marcus Garvey moral victories?
You know why?
Right.
We have a man where we have Payas, so we dub as national hero to where we fight him hard. That a Manley.
Yep.
Where enough people revere.
We're gonna get to him still, but yeah.
We're gonna get to him. But as I said, him do more damage cross the water, because I don't know, maybe him did actually get the chances for actually do said damage and do what him could have do for black people and a whole outside of Jamaica. Which is why I say, yo, even in America, Marcus Garvey is more revered in America than even in Jamaica, where he's born and grew.
And Marcus Garvey's and Marcus Garvey's harms are properly visible in America, but I don't want to get into that right now, since we're talking about Jamaica, and regardless of what he did elsewhere, shouldn't necessarily inform him being a national hero in Jamaica if he's done enough in Jamaica to get there. But I'm not saying he hasn't gotten anything done enough, but we have to really look, you know what I mean? Are we just anointing him because of what he wanted to do or what he verbalized that he wanted to do? And I'm not too sure how much he achieved.
No, so that's what I tell you. He tried, you know. However, he was set up on by one Norman Manley, and then when him go across the water, you know, you have the big bad, the CIA and FBI then to where decides no, then this man cannot be allowed to forward to fruition. We have to clamp him down. We have to infiltrate him organization and put some man in place for cramp him in every way, shape, or form, and not let him streamline and forward to fruition, not let make him paper crash all of them things that them did have to make it happen.
So,
and guess what? And to your, I watch it, you know, as well dread said, you know, you know, no Marcus, you know, none of them are man. You know, none of them are man. If Marcus Garvey never inspire them over there, we have none of them are people. No Elijah Muhammad, no Malcolm X, no Louis Farrakhan. None of them are people. None of the Black Panther, them. None of them the movement that we did over there. So we wouldn't have them there. So
yeah, I'm gonna know my Bluetooth I got in and out, you know. But you know what, I mean, can you see if me figure focus on what that's done in America, where Garvey aligned himself with interests that adversely impacted all Black Americans, it would nullify what he would have done to inform Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad and all these people. When Coolidge pardoned Marcus Garvey, you know it was a white supremacist who agitated for Marcus Garvey, right?
No.
Yeah, it was a what?
Go on again. Go on.
When Calvin Coolidge pardoned Marcus Garvey, he did so at the behest of a white supremacist.
Also, a white supremacist petition for the pardon.
Yeah, because both he and Garvey were properly aligned.
I don't think your scope covers.
No, but no, I wanted my idea, and I don't know everything there is to know about Marcus Garvey. I know enough things, but I don't know everything there. I don't know the intricate details of even that arrangement. But I can see why. Him and Marcus Garvey ideal, and that the person a person with a KKK for them ideal would have basically be parallel. One man I say, yo, is a all white thing, white this, white that. One next man I say is a black thing, all black supposed to stay by themselves, black this, black that, right? And I want to listen to you know, Nile. You see, if we did really and truly operate off of them the premise that none of our communities would have even better, you know. Because you know, man, you know say one Chinese man, no care if him forward there, and him even know if he talk like we and understand the culture. Him still identify and still hold China very dear to him, and it's always the mission to make China great, you know, which is why China is the way it is today, you know. One German, you know, if him the America, whichever, him not forget say man German, you know, him not forget for him roots, you know. Same with one Italian, you know, or Frenchman, you know.
So
them
all right.
Get them the something there, you know.
Hold on.
We got other country we want to shake off the shackles. So we're not that you have some people in America say, yo, them not African, them black.
All right.
So here's the thing, right? When it comes to Marcus Garvey in America, right? What's more important? The fact that Marcus Garvey is of the view that all diaspora black people should go back to Africa. Does that trump the fact that most black Americans wanted to remain in America? Does Marcus Garvey get to tell them what's best for them?
Not necessarily, you know. However, them being in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
Them living in America and the conditions in America, right? Is it such a bad thing for us to say, all right, why don't we fund/develop a continent from whence we forward from, so it can be great as these other white nations that these white people forward from on the earth? What would I be so bad with that idea? Like, I understand the people would have be hesitant because them don't know nothing about the land from whence them forefathers forward from, right? Them don't know nothing about it. Or matter of fact, if they know anything about it, they probably have limited knowledge about it, right? But them growing so accustomed to these new waters that them no feel like so them no want to move out of them comfort zone. Here so them born, here so them grow, here so them know about. So this is theirs. Hard to move somebody from what is theirs to something that might not be theirs.
Right. So look at it from two perspectives, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Liberia was formed, you had people from the Americas, Jamaicans who went to Nova Scotia, and other enslaved people went to Liberia to amalgamate with the people who were there in an indigenous capacity. And we've seen the conflict between those who went back and those who remained. And we could say similar things as it relates to Sierra Leone, right? To the extent that we want to go back home, is there necessarily a home for us wherein we wouldn't displace the indigenous, and this is figuratively speaking, wherein we wouldn't displace the indigenous Palestinians because we rightfully should go back to Zion?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? In the real world, was it ever possible? And as you and I spoke before, was there any way in which, any mode in which diaspora black people could have gone back to Africa based on Marcus Garvey's vision, right? We spoke about the Black Star Line, that those ships weren't even adequate enough to carry us across. I spoke to you about the fact that Marcus Garvey had no vision, no relationship with any port of entry. The metropoles, France, Spain, and the United Kingdom control all the ports of entry in sub-Saharan Africa, with the exception of Liberia. And we spoke about the fact that the United States of America subjected the Liberians to treat Marcus Garvey as persona non grata. So with that being said, there wasn't anywhere in Africa that Marcus Garvey could have taken us, even if he wanted to, and even if we wanted to go. And the problem in America is that when Marcus Garvey is going to align himself with people like Ernest Cox, right? This is a man who wrote a book called White America, where he argues that black people are immutable in the sense that we're incapable of being improved upon, right? And Marcus Garvey advocated for this man so much to the point where he had the UNIA chapters selling his book, a book that, through the auspices of eugenics, lowered the station of black people permanently so. But somehow that man made sense to Marcus Garvey. And Marcus Garvey aligned himself with several individuals like that who wanted to make the United States of America a hell for black people, right? All of these people who, going back from the founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, go further up to Abraham Lincoln, all of those individuals never envisioned black people remaining domicile in America, you know. And Garvey bought into their racist notions because they provided him with utility. The problem again is that there was no promised land in place for us to go. So that's the dilemma, you know.
Yeah.
Garvey, there was no way that Garvey would have been able to take us. But yet still, he made America untenable for black people. That is a concern of me when it comes to Garvey in America. He made America extremely difficult for black people, all because of his ideology. And you see what you said earlier about us in the capacity of Pan-Africanism engaging with Africa. That's exactly what W. Du Bois wanted. He wanted through civil rights to build up black institutions in America and through the lens of Pan-Africanism, interact with the larger black world, right? And Garvey,
Before you continue to play now, what if Garvey did do all of these things? Because, in essence, if you even now conquer your enemy, one must know thy enemy.
but that's the problem. He wasn't doing that though. That's a good what if, you know, but born out in the facts, that's not what he was doing. And this is, and remember when Garvey, when people like W. Du Bois wanted to engage with Garvey, you know, Garvey refused to engage with them. And again, Garvey categorically stated that all educated blacks are traitors to the black race. How does one reconcile?
But wouldn't he be justified in a stance like that? Because all of them people here were him forward up and see as educated black people in a theme time. Them did operate contrary to where with a good feed the black race.
But that's not true.
And if so, you know, as I say, if so,
hear me?
Yeah, me I hear. As I say, and if so, if them did operate
Hello?
like that, you not hear me?
Nah, you hear me now?
Yo.
Nah, you hear me?
Nah, look like you not hear. No.
Hello. Yo.
And I chat tell now with forward block.
Yo, y'all hear me?
Me I hear you.
Now.
You not hear me.
yeah.
Nah, I hear.
Why is this not working, man?
Now I've got circle with black.
Chat tell now forward block. Nah, yeah. I'm not here.
Nah, for in a hear man. Small type now try and tell him so circle with black.
A lot of these things, you know, Kanambo, that Nile saying, like, it's news to me, you know, like, I wasn't aware, but listening to the stories, I could tell, like, why Marcus Garvey would have meetings with these people, right? If it's enforcing his agenda.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Hold on, man.
Sorry.
Hey, yeah, hear me? Hold on. Hold on. Remove that first. Yeah, hear me now?
Yeah, it was me. My thing was acting up.
Yeah.
Alright, so let me remove that. Alright, so alright, they go on. Yeah, here we are now. So we black here now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You the last thing I heard, you said something along the line of Garvey perceiving his contemporaries as not best representing the interests of black people of that day.
What if him view them as such, because him view them as we must say now, if them when him see them as educated, them are the quote unquote house slave them, where I see them said yes them black but them not operate as black, and them do things in the best interest of them own race. Whatever so him present.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, for me now, in that regard, it like in from Marcus Garvey's perspective on the other black people in that way, I could see why he thinks that way, right? Because if the American blacks, the educated blacks, right, we're building up the society for the white man to benefit, not the black race. I would see his point in like, we need to build our community for ourselves. You get me? So I understand his point and perspective in that regard.
So here, that's the thing, right? Garvey thinking that doesn't make it true, even if that's what he thought. For the fact that W.E. Du Bois was agitating for the best interest of black people, right? The problem with Garvey is that Garvey didn't see a need to engage with them, and Garvey didn't engage well with people who subscribe to different perspectives. So if you look at the historical facts, right? Can you guys hear me still?
Yes, now, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, why hear you?
Um, there's no grounding in facts to support the speculation. There are lots of other black people at that time who agitated for the interest of black people. And again, right, these people died in America, you know what I mean? Shed blood, shed tears, and socially evolved to being distinct in America. And the majority of them were of the view that know that we've been promised, or was promised 40 acres and a mule, figuratively and literally, we want to have that realized. But a man from Jamaica who isn't familiar with the dynamic of America decide that it's best for them to go to Africa. And in so doing, he's not even engaging with them. He's dictating to them.
Yeah.
And when you check it from that level, I can't see how Marcus Garvey is justified. Especially again, given the fact that there was no promised land for us to go to based on what he was doing. You get me, I say? Where were we gonna go? You know, what I mean, there wasn't anywhere that we could have gone at that time. So even if Garvey were justified in his philosophical convictions, we couldn't have gone to any of the ports of entry. So to what end would that have been?
I see your point right there. And it's a justified point as well.
Yeah,
I
man.
think
You see, yeah, go ahead.
Marcus Garvey didn't he got derailed in his efforts from my understanding of history when it comes to Marcus Garvey. I don't think the government of in America, right, was going to allow the middle class to be ripped apart from the working class in America.
And I'm
Right?
glad you're saying,
Yeah.
and I'm glad you're saying that, right? Because when Marcus Garvey met with the hombre from the Ku Klux Klan, as far as they were concerned, as far as he was concerned, he couldn't see America functioning without that labor force, too.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, no matter who,
We would have destroyed the upper and middle class.
yeah, yeah, and again, there wasn't anywhere for us to go. Garvey satisfied the expectations of the people who hated us the most. Garvey aligned himself with those people who hated us. Marcus Garvey couldn't have acquired any land in America because in Liberia, he was based on America threatened Liberia.
Yep.
America threatened Liberia and Rowley Dread. So Garvey couldn't have done anything meaningful in Liberia.
They sabotage all his efforts.
Yeah.
All his efforts.
Yeah, but why them sabotaging efforts? So that I think, you know.
It's like Moses and the story when he went into to Egypt.
Mm.
And
Remember
when
when
we
it?
say,
Yeah, go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
No.
When we say Garvey's efforts are sabotage, we probably could make that argument when it comes to Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any documentation wherein Marcus Garvey engaged with the British, the French, the German, or the Spaniards relative to repatriating black people to Africa. So that which wasn't initiated cannot be sabotage. He hadn't had any meaningful engagement. And as it relates to Kadamawi Haile Selassie, Garvey had the wrong view of that man. Garvey considered that man to be the liberator of all black people, but Garvey wasn't functioning under the auspices of the modern Westphalian sovereignty, wherein Haile Selassie was only the emperor of Ethiopia, not Africa. And that is when they themselves had that impasse. You understand? So even in Ethiopia, Garvey didn't have a meaningful relationship either, because he sullied that relationship.
So what do you think about them? Them I think they're going with Garvey in Liberia, the rubber company and Firestone.
Again, because of what America wanted at the time, any efforts in Liberia would have proved untenable. So that's why, just think about it. For example, now in the contemporary, right? If a particular country in the Middle East and America decide that they don't want you to do certain things, they're going to use their banking systems and other means to ensure that you're never able to realize these kind of things. And then when it comes to offensive realism in the real world, not this fanciful liberal rule-based system that doesn't really exist in the real world. Realism stipulate that Garvey didn't have a play to make. And yet still he was collecting money from people, promising to take us to Africa,
Yeah, hence his arrest.
So when we're talking about Garvey was even sabotage or whatever phrase we use, we have to understand, we have to even ask ourselves, was it a function of this individual be causing those things to happen to him? And I want to be honest too, because I talk to some intelligent brethren on the platform. Saying, again, you guys thinking it would have been enough for Garvey to deem you guys threats to the race. You understand?
Yeah, but he regardless, I think them view us like that already.
No, but what about a black man thinking that way about you? A black man who is saying that he's your liberator. Think that if you're capable to read a book properly and think for yourself, then you're a threat to your race.
No, well, with what he must say, because of the educated blacks them.
Yeah, he categorically said, that if you
no, but that's I think that he might interpret it as like because him couldn't say them and they are threat.
Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find.
No, but what as I say, him couldn't say in a one breath. Una a threat and at the same time a champion education for black people.
Yeah, I think I can explain that. I think that Marcus Garvey had a problem with the indoctrination of the white people of black people.
More a problem with them the kind of people and them indoctrination and how it affects for them views and how for them brain work.
Yes, because they weren't.
I think you just have a problem with blacks being educated no, you have a problem like that.
But educated blacks.
Champion education.
Right. Okay, so Garvey had a problem with A. Philip Randolph, right? And A. Philip Randolph, within reason, aligned with Garvey's worldview. See, Garvey had a problem with him. We clearly know he had a problem with W. Du Bois. We clearly know he had a problem with Ida B. Wells. When you really look at what these people brought to the table, you truly wouldn't conclude what you're saying here. These people weren't like W. Du Bois. When you look at his book, when you read what Du Bois wrote then, are some of the most impactful work in psychology, right? It has stand the test of time. There's meaningful efficacy in that which was posited by W. Du Bois. So we don't have to speculate whether or not they were brainwashed. We know for a fact that they weren't brainwashed in the way that you guys are suggesting. So we don't have to even guess. We know for a fact that W.E. Du Bois was sound with what he wanted. You see me I say? The problem for Garvey with a lot of people, a lot of us, right? All of us have gone through these stages. There are instances wherein we don't think we should be questioned. And we interpret questioning as being disrespect.
You think that would have gone with when the two of them buck up. Man, they just said a question everything Garvey has about yourself.
Yeah, man, in my opinion, sorry enough, in my opinion, Garvey was 99% passion and 1% substance. In my opinion. And most of our leaders have been
passionate and he mean well, but in policies them probably wouldn't be. Well, some of them, not every one of them. Some of them you'd have said, some of them wouldn't be great for we then as a race. It wasn't feasible at the time.
Yeah, I mean, none of it. He failed in trying to bring any of it to fruition. He failed miserably.
But I think now I think the separation came with Marcus Garvey and the boys and all of these Black Americans. From my perspective, looking from outside looking in, I think the separation came when it comes to the economy and how the black race would develop, right, and how it would look in a country like America, who's predominantly white, right, capitalist country. And I think Marcus Garvey saw that black people living here could not elevate themselves to a level higher than the slave masters ever, which we can see right now to this present day. No matter how we work and work hard and we have this and that, right? The caucus people are always the superior race. Just go to any event, live event. They are the richest people. They dominate the economy. I think that's what Marcus Garvey saw, which the other black people in America don't see.
But W.E. Du Bois, right, was a system builder, and he
Within a
wrote
system.
about
Within a
right, but
system.
which there isn't necessarily anything wrong with that
Mm.
if you're afforded that which you solicit for, right? Um, we live in the modern world where there are a lot of plural societies where there's meaning equity for people. See? And when you when you weigh both options,
Yeah.
Garvey's effort versus W. Du Bois' efforts,
Mm-hmm.
there would have been more traction from W. Du Bois' efforts. Again, Garvey didn't have Africa to bring us to.
Yeah.
But when it's asked, and
But
done,
watch on an aisle. What if the reason why WB Du Bois, um, his ideology and his blueprint would have been more accepted was because of who him in league with, and Marcus Garvey ideology
Yeah.
would have
Who is
never
benefited?
bring to fruition because it wouldn't benefit the status quo.
Yes.
so the majority again of white people who supported Marcus Garvey were staunch racists who didn't want us to be in America.
Mhm.
And even with all of their efforts, they failed. It wasn't a function of them not trying. And with W.E. Du Bois, with you men being as intelligent and educated as you are, clearly, if you were to read his efforts, you could see how his efforts would have been impactful here. So when we're speculating, we have to factor in what he truly left behind in us, his body of work,
Yeah.
May
You
I
know what I mean?
forgot
We
get
can't,
Which I'll read. I'll read it upon it.
yeah, may I forgot me not too in tune to him. Me hear about him, but me never really
Yeah.
read
I
him.
heard
Never.
about him.
But this is what I say, for seconds, right? With all what we know about Marcus Garvey and what him do or what him did try for do and what him achieve within the time when him did afford it. You think if we scrap him off of the hero list?
hold on, because Unruly Dread answered the question that I was hoping for someone to bring up. That subsequently, W.E. Du Bois did move to live in Ghana and died in Ghana, right?
Mm.
But that doesn't contradict what W.E. Du Bois was agitating for, you know. But if W.E. Du Bois, the individual, the agent, he of his own volition decided that he wanted to go to Africa, he didn't object to us integrating with the wider black world. He was of the view, though, that those who wanted to remain here in America should be afforded the opportunities to remain in America. So that's
First one, big up, you know.
you see
Yeah, man,
when me the
continue.
first learn, you see when me the first learn about W. Du Bois, my being Jamaica, me just hate the virgin because he was against Garvey. You understand? And when me
Mm.
learned so him moved to Ghana and he died in Ghana and there's a statue of him in Ghana, me
Mm.
further despise the virgin, you know.
Yeah,
See?
because
You understand, you understand me? I say, yo, that brother you fight against Garvey. And remember, you know, and me know,
Mm.
I wasn't watching the chat, but me know Unruly Dread probably I gonna mention, if him not mention it already, him I gonna mention say it was a W.E. Du Bois and the NAACP who provided material evidence to the American government
Mhm.
to go after Garvey scene. Because they did work with the feds, you know, to get Garvey, you know. If
Mhm.
not for the support of the NAACP, Garvey probably would never have gone to prison because they work with the feds.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be surprised if Unruly Dread not mention it already or I'm not gonna mention it.
He
So
mentioned. P side the boy WACP. But
Yeah, man.
go
See,
on top, man forward, go on top.
yeah,
That's
man. Some
nasty
factor
work.
that. Well, you see, me even want to go back to that concept of nasty work when they even come to the Maroons, them.
Yeah,
Seeing? Because the presentism fallacy might impact how we view things then.
yeah,
You understand? Because the truth is, W.E. Du Bois and the NAACP were agitating for black people in America. And if me come now as a snakes oil salesman, ostensibly, mobilizing a significant amount of black Americans,
yeah,
wherein they're funding my enterprise with their savings at great risk. If I'm looking at things through a lens like that, then Garvey is problematic. And
yes,
then when we underscore that with the fact that those three ships were not useful ships, and again, there was no Africa for them to bring us, one may then argue that W. Du Bois was correct if you're a black American. As again, the end should satisfy improving the livelihoods of the peoples of the black people of America,
yes,
not for Garvey to realize his vision. If Garvey's vision means that black people wouldn't benefit, then that's not a vision to pursue. And one has to really ask, was it Garvey who benefit from his vision or the people? And I'm yet to read anything written about Garvey that speak to Garvey if he were successful. Well, he not if he were successful, could he have been successful given the reality of the day? I haven't read anything that speaks to that.
uh, Monday back
And
quarter have been hard
yeah,
for him to be successful.
yeah, and when I can't wait to Golden come back, right? Not Golden Rambo.
Kanamba, yeah,
Yeah, you see, when we talk about even the Maroons, them right? Earlier when you guys were talking about the Maroons, and as you've read it, we've read where the Maroons aligned with the British and facilitated the return of many runaway black people in Jamaica. When we read those narratives, we've got to factor in that the reality of that day is different than it is today.
exactly.
There was no notion of Pan-Africanism then, and being of the same hue didn't mean that it was rational to align. We've got to be mindful that the peoples who came here from Africa were tribal foes in many respects. So to the
Definitely,
extent, so to the extent that they had beef with the white man, some of them had beef with each amongst each other that went way beyond that. But in the modern sense, we're looking at them like you guys are all black. You guys should have aligned with each other. But that wasn't so clear cut back then.
that's true.
See me I say?
And each
Yeah,
sector would have done anything that's beneficial to their survival
yeah,
at the time.
man, and yeah, and Golden, like in America, right? A lot of times people disparage Dominicans and Puerto Ricans or other Hispanic people who look to align themselves with the hierarchy of the society. And you know what I mean? So when when a Dominican say, yo, I'm not black, I'm Dominican, or some of them even say that they're white, and they talk about the mother country being Spain and so forth.
Yeah,
I mean, should we necessarily be mad at them? Like, who goes to a country and want to tether to the downtrodden people of a country? You know what I mean? When we came to America, was it our agenda to ensure that we're permanently tethered to the lowest rung of society? Or did we come here for
definitely not.
upward mobility? You
Def-
see me, I say?
yes, that's true.
And sometimes we unfairly assess people, you know what I mean? And here we are in America and in England and so forth, right? And black people have issues with us. They argue that we've cut deals with the government and white America to undermine them. That's why you
Yeah,
have ADOS and FBA and so forth. But we didn't necessarily come here for that. We came here for opportunities. And the truth is, a lot of those opportunities that we've secured as black immigrants did come at the expense of Black Americans.
That's true.
And that's, you understand? But we should correctly state that the Maroons did align with the British, but we have to assess that vis-a-vis the right lens. You know what I mean? What transpires today, the dynamic of today is totally different from what it was then. Totally different. Let's put the bridge in the comment. Donovan, I ask you, I hope you did go support Bounty Killer the other day. I use a CVO man. Let's support Shahel. You see, like Ibrahim Todari. I mean, I hear all the romantic things when I'm say about that bridge into, But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where we're gonna go with that. You know what I mean? He's not a fan of democracy. I don't get too romantically caught up with Ibrahim Traore. And that's just me.
He aligns himself with Russia, so
And I understand why I'm aligned with Russia, because that's just a pivot in the realist realm.
yeah.
You have some who are of the view that we shouldn't have allies outside of Africa. And John Henry Clark did say that Africa don't have no friends.
But
Yeah,
that's
so yeah.
that's not that's suicide.
Yeah. So you see the
You have to
Virgin
have
said,
alignment.
yeah, man, you have to align in the real world. And as what the Virgin says, still isn't clear cut today. What am I saying now?
Huge divide.
Walanda, which one?
Yeah.
Wagwan, Walanda, which one?
No, we were really going back to the maroon stuff, and while we're waiting for you, because what Gold and I were talking about is that we shouldn't use the modern lens to interpret the actions of the Maroons, because there wasn't a homogeneous set of people who were taken from Africa to Jamaica.
Me
And a
God,
lot of
me God, me hear but me not disqualify them. For me,
but
what they did, regardless of anything, really and truly, if I did one next week, them should be charged with high treason.
how and why?
Highest form of treason.
Treasonous to whom?
To them own race.
All right. Maroons, right? I'm sorry, the Maroons people, the Maroon peoples, plural, of Jamaica, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't recognize a reality where there were these racial demarcations that exist now. Coming from Africa at that time, they were the only thing that mattered to them then was that they were from a particular tribe. Xhosa, Yoruba, Igbo, Amara, Oroma, Tigray. The only thing that mattered to them then and even to this day is the tribe. The tribal identity trumps even their national boundaries. So remember, when we talk about Ghana, right? There were black people in Ghana who aided the Europeans when they were going to the hinterlands, forget certain people, right? They,
Yeah.
they had the same skin color in Africa, but Africa was never homogeneous. And that's one of the problems with Pan-Africanism, that is speaking to a reductive past wherein the peoples of Africa were homogeneous. And that was never the case.
Yeah, me understand that, Me understand that fully. You understand? So that's what I say. And this is why I say, for me, no. If them did in Africa, with all that thing. And yes, me understand say them Africanness or them for them tribe heritage and so on wouldn't left them yet, right? But me would have the opinion say, yo, on the forward they say now. And basically me sure within a them maroon set up there, people from different tribe did like just gather up as one. Because them did have a common enemy. Right? So the man them left from that, for turn basically the colonial masters. What would I call them now? Them henchmen are them militia for hire, them detective, them what them call them man, them man, them man,
The first police.
The first police.
Right, because they were.
That
That's
them
what they
basically
were.
told them in that, you know.
But that's what they were. That's what I'm saying. I know you know. Yeah.
See, so as I said, me no know. Me have a swear me have issues with it. When especially when me find out about it, me have issues with it. Me have massive issues with it.
Right, but I think you're being blinded, and all of us are blinded by the presentism fallacy again, right? There are two terms: hypo descent and hyper descent. Seeing where you're pegged to the upper echelon of society, hypo, and hyper to the lower echelon of society. In the real world, and I was tying that into the Dominicans and the Puerto Ricans, right? Even us as Jamaicans, none of us came here as immigrants to America wanting to be permanently tethered to the lower rung of American society, you know. And if anyone even suggested that, we would have been offended, right? So every stride that we've made was to secure as much egalitarian elevation as possible in America, whether it's through education, hard work, or both, or whatever, right? The aim was never to be permanently tied to the bottom. And when are people who are agitating for their people, for their freedom, because there's a book, you know, there's a book by this former Harvard professor when he write about culture, right? And he was talking about what transpired in Jamaica when the different tribes who spoke different languages amalgamated in America. And he spoke to the ethnogenesis of a new identity, right? And how that informed what is now modern day Jamaica. But before we got to that point where you could have said, yo, at this time frame, people were amalgamated to create a new identity. We have to acknowledge the fact that people who look like each other, spoke different languages, subscribe to different belief systems, and they didn't see themselves being closer to each other versus being so far apart from the white man. It wasn't as clear cut to them that the white man was your enemy if you're dealing with the paradigm of the day, the power, right? You've secured your freedom, and some of these other tribes that you're fighting against in Africa is still in captivity. And you know what the hell you go through when you want to engage with them in Africa. It wasn't so clear cut that you should defend them. You understand? It wasn't so clear cut. And this is not my saying that I agree with the actions of the Maroons, you know. I just want to be as transparent from a scholarship perspective.
Facts, and I appreciate it. Yeah,
to show that things weren't as clear cut as we wanted to be based on our now Pan-African worldview.
So you hear me and say, right? So since we can ease off for them, right? Me have my views on them and me here as well as well.
Yeah, drop the link for Fierce One. Yeah.
So make we kind of continue a little bit, right? So as me
go on, drive.
Yeah, man, as me ask Marcus Garvey. We go question mark him or we left Marcus Garvey. For me, him regardless of that, him have to stay there.
I'm gonna keep Marcus, man.
Yeah, relative to Jamaica, he's justified. Relative to Jamaica.
But listen, but if Marcus Garvey never did anything, you know what he did? He showed black people that the mentality of the race is very integral to move forward. You have to change your outlook and your perspective on how you see yourself. So that cannot be negated by anything.
I agree.
That is very important.
So
I agree with you. No, yeah, he's justified in Jamaica.
Right.
Yeah, unruly dread, no asterisk.
So we could go to the two cousins them, where boil the devil soup.
Good soup.
The two cousins them where boil the devil soup.
Yeah,
we are drinking from 19 how long till now.
Let's go.
So
The two biggest sellouts of the country.
Bustamante. Him, you see where me entertain like a percent from somebody would have say yes to Norman. There will be zero tolerance to Bustamante.
Not one scintilla. I agree.
Not even one.
Definitely. I agree with that.
If I did me, it would have never happened. He would have never get no national. This man is a traitor.
Brethren.
This man is a traitor.
Yo, I wrote a poem about Bustamante. I'm gonna call it No Hero of Mine. I haven't seen anything about this man, Bustamante, William Alexander Clark, or whatever I want to name, justify why he should be a national hero. You can't talk to me about the trade union. You can't talk to me about whatever transpired in Frome. Everything Bustamante did was for his best interests. Everything. You know, even when Bustamante was Prime Minister of Jamaica after he left the trade union, he still had full access to their finances. And Bustamante, right, as much as he's as much as he's purported to have done so much for people, right, giving work to all those people. You know the work where black people get? They kind of holiday work where them clean the roadside. See?
That's shit, the same trope where Ronald this day to
Bridging.
this day.
Brother, listen, you see Bustamante? Bustamante is the analog of what this lying tongue from America is. Right? Bustamante is the least sincere person ever. When you read his contemporaries talking about him, or even
Pepper Skull,
him,
big up, you know.
Yeah, he had Pepper Skull.
Big up Pepper Skull.
Hold on, I know this are the old
Listen, this guy Bustamante.
Okay.
this guy Bustamante, right? Enforced classism with the guise of independence.
Yes. Regent, yes. You know what funny? You know why I laugh? Because it's the same thing with the Bridging and Knowledge Red says what one I say about Bustamante. But just feel compelled to speak disparagingly in a one way when it comes to him for real. No doubt about it. Go through Golden Eye about the classism. See?
Yeah, they enforce classism in Jamaica with the guise of independence, saying that they're independent to rule over the black people in Jamaica, right? And keep their class, which is the whites, up in the upper echelon.
Yeah, the British.
And they had no intention of the betterment of black people in Jamaica.
Yes. And
no patriotism them never have towards the country, only for self.
All right.
Right? This is why they go ahead.
No, sorry. You can get passionate when it comes to Bustamante, and please forgive me.
So this I'm just giving a different perspective. So this is why these
I
people
agree
are
with you.
national heroes, right? Because they are put on this mantle by the same people under them, their own family.
Right. And then you have to ask the question, why was he anointed Sir Alexander Bustamante and not Norman Manley? To your point, right? I am of the view, and I'm merely speculating here, that Bustamante probably was of that alternate community. Right? Some purport that he had an illegitimate child. His marriages didn't necessarily work out. And then you have to ask, how did he get the name Bustamante? Oh, no, I'm getting the name?
No.
Mr. Clark suggested that on his way from, I think, Cuba to Spain, the captain of a ship liked him so much, befriended him, and then somehow from there, he took that man's name. That's his characterization of how he got the name.
Yes, I remember that story. Sorry, I remember that story now. I heard about it.
Yeah. And you see, with modern lens, we look at things differently. Bustamante alleged that he was a tram car operator in New York. He's a Wall Street speculator. He worked at some hospital in Harlem. He was a policeman in Cuba. I mean, yo, Virgin, nobody never lie like Bustamante. And when you read his accounts of when he first left Jamaica, he himself provided so many contradicting accounts. I think he stopped school when he was around 7 or so year old, or the seventh grade, or whatever it was. He didn't remain in school for long.
Bro, this man is a snake oil salesman.
Virgin, yes, brother. And you know, I kind of like the fact that Bustamante used to write letters to the newspaper. And I did buy this book where I've read quite a few of his letters there. And what I love about his writing is that it gives me a view of how people wrote then. I may actually appreciate that. And he wrote about Africa, Ethiopia, Haile Selassie, a whole bunch of stuff. He wrote about a lot of things were going on, and to the extent that one would afford him the status of national hero, that's what they largely are trying to use. But everything that this man did was a function of self-interest.
Self, what them call it,
Aggrandizement.
Yeah, self-aggrandizement, all these things.
Yeah, man.
So, yeah. As we said, we talk a wholly about Bustamante. A matter of fact, we not even calling that Alexander Clark at that time, right?
Yeah, so sorry, let me say this one. Let me say this one last part, which probably is the most detriment area of his work, his efforts, the sabotage of the West Indies Federation.
Lord of mercy.
In Boston, and yeah, it's gonna get ticklish when it comes to Manley because you have to juxtapose him against Bustamante, right? Bustamante saw that he wouldn't have any power in a West Indies Federation.
So he can't work.
Yeah, so
in other words, if me not have no power in it, no can't work.
Yeah, and we can speak ad nauseam about it, but for the sake of experience, we probably can leave it there. So, and the next part about it is that even this so-called agitation for independence, or what truly became political independence, Bustamante didn't play any role. You know what? He showed up in London after everything was ratified.
And then forward, and I'm going to behave like so. See like what Donovan say, no politics. No, and guess what? You see with that same trope with Bustamante and in quote unquote cousin. I see something like that in terms of like some other country boy, I see if I can bring it up on screen too. With them national hero too,
Yeah.
But we'll bring it to that. But see him for him, no, you're not gonna happen. Neither in cousin.
Yeah, man. What Bob Marley said.
In cousin were married in cousin.
Yeah.
And them nasty works and them did go.
No, so that we have to talk about. But yeah, Bob Marley said, never you allow a politician to grant you a favor. See, I am of the view that there's no such thing as a good politician. There's no such thing as a good politician.
You not see none.
No. An individual as a revolutionary can inform certain changes, get it done, and just move on. But if you want to remain as a politician, I'm going to lose any kind of respect for you. You see what I say? There's no such thing as a good politician.
No, my God. I never see it yet.
Yeah,
never see it yet. I swear to Jah.
Yeah, man.
See? But this is to people, if you never know, now my Manley and Edna cousin, when I say cousin, I mean two sister pick me,
Yeah, man, two first cousins.
Edna mother auntie, Edna for call now man mother auntie. That is how close them is, two cousins them, Them grow up together too, people. Now man and Edna grow up together,
So we agree, so boss a man, why for that? It shouldn't be no hero on that, right?
No, sir, you should never get that. You should have buying seed back.
Is there anyone in the chat who's of the view that Bustamante should remain a national hero?
Anybody? Tell me now, make me shoot on the down front now. Tell me now, if you don't feel like a Bustamante, if you be no hero in this, make me shoot on the down for now. You know, I never live to see the day. I guess that's a no. I know if in cousin too. What about in cousin? Cause in cousin I same thing too, you know. Fight against Marcus till. One night I want to fight man too. Can I say my boxer?
Well,
Marcus have to diss him.
no, hold on. No, Marcus. No, all right. Let me respond to that specific event. It was Marcus Garvey who was compelled to.
Nah, man, I never him, man. I never him. Marcus Garvey never did that thing, man. Him at the backside,
no, hold on. No. You see when they were supposed to fight, Marcus Garvey was, in no uncertain terms, reminded that this man was a war veteran, Olympic athlete, and a whole list of things, right?
Yeah,
and
man.
they kind of and Marcus Garvey came to the realization that it wouldn't have made any sense to fight the man because he surely would have lost. But here's what I love about that whole exchange. Now, my Manley wrote that Marcus Garvey was the most qualified opponent he ever came up across in the court. He's saying that he said there was never a more qualified, a more worthy opponent in the courthouse with him.
Yeah, man.
So
you might get serious fight, man.
Yeah, so Garvey, as much as Garvey had born out educated people, Garvey had meaningful capacity. You understand? And Norman Manley, who was the preeminent barrister at the time in the Caribbean.
Yep.
You know what I mean? When he went up against Marcus Garvey, he went up against as worthy a foe as possible. The biggest issue that I have with Norman Manley is really when he aligned himself with the British, promising Rastafari that he would afford them repatriation.
Lord of mercy.
Yeah, when he was just hoodwinking them. You understand? That cannot be justified, what he did there. You understand? And Norman Manley, and again with Norman Manley, right? The founder of the PNP is not even Norman Manley, It's Faircloth. And somehow they managed to have history footnote Faircloth so much that most Jamaicans don't know about him. That he was the... Yeah, man. It was so. I'm off a challenge even Mark Golden a while ago. I think last year when them come out and put up Norman Manley as being this man where the seminal figure in the PNP. Faircloth.
Man, him would have do that too, You see him too. Hey,
yes.
Hey, let me start on all the one that
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, man. Faircloth, who have gone overseas and secured meaningful wealth, came back to Jamaica, seeing the conditions. Was justified in agitating, for political independence. But he was practical enough to know that he himself, the individual, couldn't have gotten it done. So then they solicited Norman Manley. And that's so Norman Manley coming to the PNP party, see? And so forth. But no doubt about it, Norman Manley did meaningful work as it relates to this so-called independence, Kinda. Because guess what? When I again look at this movement for independence, it was inevitable because of the backdrop of World War II, where England was going broke. America made use of their notion of the manor of destiny, manifest destiny rather, and England needed their help, and they used a lot of leverage for England to backpedal out of the Caribbean. You understand? So for whatever it's worth, almost anybody as a placeholder could have secured the paltry political independence we get in 1962. But nonetheless, Norman Manley was like a Nelson Mandela in the sense that the image-wise, things were aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, so, because if you have a certain class of people and them status quo.
Yeah, so the only area where I give him credit is his stance when it comes to the West Indies Federation, where he agitated for it, but he was the dictator, so he was okay with the people by way of plebiscite you know what I mean, the referendum deciding which path to go. That was democratic in one sense, but probably it's a function of naivete because 90% of the people were abjectly illiterate. You understand? And Bustamante, the ultimate politician, made use of that. He abused it. You understand? Bustamante knew the people were illiterate and he fed them with propaganda left and right until we left the Federation. See? And the next thing that Manley did, I think it was in 1956. And you know at that time you had to pay a tax to ride bicycle, right? And yeah, you had to pay a tax to ride bicycle in Jamaica them time.
Bounty killer.
Yeah, and Nama Manley came into power as the premier, right? And he, in one fell swoop, he got rid of it. And Bustamante said, so the brother, that idiot. Bustamante was like, say for me, I would split that into 4 so that when the election come next time around, they would remember what I did for them. And guess what? He was right. Bustamante replaced Nama Manley as the premier and then subsequently the first prime minister. If Nama Manley was more political versus yeah, so one was political and one was a statesman-esque. You understand?
Yeah.
So Nama Manley, when it's weighed against him, probably he shouldn't be a national hero, but I guess you have to give someone something. But it's 50-50 for me.
Watch out, Nile, the 1% him get because the West Indies Federation. But guess what? Something at the back of my mind say, it's a man have ulterior motives with even the West Indies Federation too. I don't trust none of them two cousins here. Where boy the devil so because up to now, we still have face it because them man go up one part of one place and go tell the people them say, yo, no give weed for run it. No give weed for run it. We call it PMP, JLP, but I wanna run it same way. You see? I basically that going for we here, people. Because up to now, we are still very much screwed.
Yeah, and we would be remiss not to mention what King Higgins just said. I said, no, me could I even, me personally, said that with Bustamante. The first known modern ethnic cleansing was
Lord of mercy.
The dictate of Alexander Bustamante, bringing all Rasta dead or alive.
Dead or alive, man.
If the cell can hold them, Bogue Hill, which is a cemetery, will suffice.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
That's how him say, man.
Higgins.
That's how him say.
Higgins. Thank you. Yo, how you for beat me, man? How could we not have mentioned that?
That's how the quote unquote sir. You see all of that too. You see that's something that we have a female name that sir that that alone.
Yeah, man.
Sir.
Yeah. Oh, for that. What was more egregious than that?
But guess what? We are not, and we are alone now because guess what? All right, watch out now. May I show you something now?
Bustamante. Who is this Bustamante?
Man's a straight man.
Yeah, and you see the and you see
watch
out now.
Yeah. Lord of mercy. Ahoy. You see a man? Yeah. We him fight out. Yeah, man. Leonard Howell himself when fight out. But in 1 second, I'm go share the screen. Because people and we alone, you know. And we alone basically have them kind of thing in a this quote unquote national hero situation, you know. See? So when I look on this thing, let me pull back that there. Alright. At this stage. So when you look on this one, people, this is basically this look a bit. You can see it, hold on. You can see it, right?
Yeah.
So they made 11 national hero.
Okay, Barbados.
For Barbados, right? You see who they are top? We can't move for me because he for them version of
Sam Sharp.
Boosa. I see the man name have one last name. Boosa. That them know.
Yep.
And then when you see Sarah Ann Gill, Samuel Jackson Prescott, your Charles Duncan O'Neill, and you see where, I guess so the water start getting muddy after a certain part, you know, when it reach a Charles Duncan O'Neill, there, you know, him a found a Democratic leader, and Clement Osborne Payne, and then when it reach a Sir, you know, Sir Grantley Herbert Adams is Sir there. And them have 3 Sir too, you know, about 3 Sir them have. Whole heap of Sir they have. Let me see if I can see it. 4 Sir, a matter of fact. 4 Sir them have. You look on them. You see them as Sir for what? First Premier of Barbados and Ray. You know, Sir Hugh Worrell and Sir. Like, I mean, and I wanted to say, I used to them find out about them something like, you know, me on a Bayesian, Mona, you know. But me look on it, you know, and then, I mean, them can do whatever they want with Rihanna still, you know. I mean, I feel them Bob Marley that, right? I'm look on them Sir, yeah, you know. Sir Frank Leslie Walcott.
So for example, right, Sir Garfield Sobers.
Yeah.
He was a sportsman. I have no problem with him. See? When it comes to Grantley Adams, I have no problem. Not necessarily a problem with him either. You remember when you know, now young people, me a old man, see? In a Jamaica back in the day, right? They had this book that the government would give you, would teach you about this, the greatest athletes of all time, right? And in that book, Sir Garfield Sobers was one of them, right? Hold on. Now, you hear me?
Yeah, man, I hear you, man.
Okay, cool. Sorry. So we were introduced. Yeah, so we were introduced to Sir Garfield Sobers. We were introduced to Pele. We were introduced to Muhammad Ali. We were introduced to Jesse Owens. So at that time, Garfield Sobers was up there in the pantheon of great athletes. So for that, based on his achievement when it comes to the West Indies cricketing, he was elevated to national hero for Barbados. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that. And even though Errol Barrow isn't a Sir, you know what I mean, I truly appreciate him because he also was one of the architects of CARICOM. You understand? So I think he did meaningful work. And to your point, you know what I mean, as relates to Rihanna, who am I to tell them whether or not she should be a hero or not? But I get where I come from. I don't know. I mean, I've heard the name Clement Osborne Payne, but I don't know much about him and so forth. And I don't know anything about Charles Duncan and anything there. But got you, brother.
Rambo talking? Or?
Not sure.
Can I look up in mute, G?
You know, I don't like to talk, and I like to listen. So sometimes I kind of feel awkward when people get quiet.
No, right now I'm in a class because a lot of things I learn.
No, I hate to communicate, you know. I hate to talk.
Hold on, what go on now? What go on?
We're waiting on you, sir.
Hold on, man. So me kind of back and forth. But yeah, when you look on for Barbados thing and food thing, you know, you see how it kind of mirror the same kind of thing. We have a 1 or 2 man who really and truly need for that, and then we have some man who have to say, yeah, and then now, and them the way that them have pushed up certain people in them the forefront, the heap of Sir them and them the way that, because really and truly, you know, out of everybody else, a real hero really and truly look like a booster, you know. Real hero really and truly look like a booster. But as I said, I'm not a Bayesian, I don't know them people are like that. But anyway, just food for thought with regards to Jamaica and all the things set up, right? But we can move for say, you know, because them they are who they in place, and we can't talk to Blue. We're not able to change that. We probably would have to go turn one of them politicians which we not like if even talk about change that. So them the man them say at the hero, yeah, man.
So real quick, right?
Yeah.
Sarah and Gil, her claim to fame is fighting for religious freedom, and that is intriguing to me. did they allow for religions outside of Christianity at that time? Is that what she was able to secure? That's I find that to be interesting. Like, were the slaves embracing of non-Christian religions at that time, and she was able to secure that for them? Freedom of practice.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'd
I
love to
would
hear
have to
more
look
about
up
that.
it because, as I said, I feel them national hero. I never look up it and know what
Right,
the situation with that. I just
right,
something want to see where fall to me attention based off where me I wanna me and dread the reason but with that thing, and we see Garfield sobers get the send off when him get same way
right,
too. So
right,
it's
right.
like, you understand? It does fall to I will see it like it interesting to see your boy. I they with them same way to me, and it make me even wonder too if me start search deeper, in the country them too. If I the same thing, me I go see a repeat over and over with it. Me not reach just yet, but it just make me wonder, I might do it when I'm there off screen and see how
Yeah,
that.
what you probably could do is probably solicit someone like Babsy. She's Barbadian.
Yep, Babs would have got her to ask her about how she feel. How
Yeah,
you feel about some of them people up in your national hero? Yeah, she me definitely would have got her to ask about them something.
yeah,
But
yeah.
as I said, them that we can't move them money as much as we burn out Alexander Clark and Norman Manley, two cousins them.
I
We
actually
can't
no,
move.
I
But
don't think they're immovable, bro.
you know think that
Um, I
immovable?
no, I think if we educate the people the right kind of way, like for example,
Mm.
we don't have a national myth or a national philosophy. Something Garveyism should be that national myth or that national philosophy, right? And because we've not had a truth and means commission or whatever smart whatsoever of God, we don't know much about these people. But if we truly knew the facts about Bustamante, right, we probably a future generation could easily be of the view that he doesn't represent. You know how, for example, in America, where Christopher Columbus,
Mm-hmm.
lost his luster.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
at least Bustamante is one man who probably should be removed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I have dash on him, of course.
Yeah,
I
and
have dash on him.
yeah, and we can plant the tree today, but we're not gonna get shade from it. But when our youth, them are the next generation, maybe able to get that
Yeah,
done first.
exactly, which is why I may do things like this with for them something I just
Like,
stay out here. But
yeah,
them demanded it, right? We have some candidates with me here in a discussion with some people. Some people on the ground and some IT people too, because them normally have them a discussion about them people. But we have some name out there, a few of them. Right? One notably a Bob Marley. No, what you feel about that?
Bob
Nah,
Marley,
yeah, because
Bob
see,
Marley.
Barbados have Rihanna, as for them national hero, man. Bob Marley, what about Bob Marley, See, what make what about man, where you see me? What about this man?
Have you made a lot of money out of your music?
Money. I mean, how much is a lot of money?
Cut off.
Yeah, that's a good question. Have you made, say, millions of dollars?
No.
Are you a rich man?
Hello?
When you mean rich, what you mean?
Do you have a lot of possessions? A lot of money in the bank?
Position make you rich? I don't have that type of richness. My richness is life forever.
Yeah, that the man they were talk about. Seeing that the man they were talk about and thing. Seeing we were talk about him. Me not think Rihanna depend on one level as a Bob Marley, in terms of global force, in terms of with them music and so, Rihanna get fair thing. I mean, kudos to her, what I mean, what me could give Bob Marley, you see.
Yeah, man. If we are benchmark against Rihanna, then it is idiotic that Robert Nesta Marley, Bob Marley, or Berhane Selassie, however you want to call him, it makes no sense that he has not been elevated to the highest status of national hero in Jamaica.
None at all.
There isn't a single individual who've contributed more to Jamaica, more to the Caribbean
than Bob Marley, right?
Fact.
I mean, Rastafari and reggae music was the soundtrack that motivated the fighting for independence in a Rhodesia. See? And if a Palestine or anywhere else, revolutionary Rastafari notions in a reggae music again function as the soundtrack. And we're not guessing these things. We know for a fact that that's what it is. And that's why Mugabe, when they were transitioning from Rhodesia to Zimbabwe, invited the great one. See? And even to the extent that that impoverished country didn't have the means to hear them, Berhane Selassie decided that he would go there at cost to himself. And if you've spoken to anyone who was in Zimbabwe at the time, and whatever, I mean, that moment is non-parallel. There's nothing else to measure up with it. Bob Marley isn't a national hero in Jamaica because of the anti-blackness where the elites in Jamaica subscribe to. You understand? Bob
Nasty work.
Marley. Yeah?
Nasty work.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Our youth them often fight for Bob Marley become a national hero. I mean, is there a person in in the world when they think about Jamaica, they don't think about Berhane Selassie? Never. Everybody think about this man. Everybody think about Bob Marley.
I wanted to say, Niall, unfortunately, we're so far removed from Bob Marley, with them youth are concerned. Man, right now, more if you tell us, say, boy, a cartel if it on national hero than a Bob Marley.
But guess what? Before you even got to right, remember when Sizzla rise scene, there was the debate that Sizzla had gone beyond Bob Marley. You know what I mean? People really had the audacity to say that Sizzla has been more impactful. And I've heard the debates, I've been part of debates where people are saying Sizzla has done more for Jamaica than Bob Marley. And Sizzla has done more to inspire the morals of the country than Bob Marley. It's baffling. I mean, the only reason why Jamaica is distinct from the rest of the Caribbean is because of Bob Marley and Rastafari and reggae music. You take away Bob Marley, Rastafari, and reggae music from Jamaica, and Jamaica is as boring as Bahamas or anywhere else. And that is not my being disrespectful. As I say, we would be bland. We would be a bland culture. No one would know us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
At
that
this
is
point,
what.
though, Niall, do you think there's a concerted effort to derail the movement to make Bob Marley a national hero? Because to me, they have an agenda to not make it.
So the Labour government, right, is against Bob Marley becoming a national hero because they're
What?
largely, huh?
I labor, are them against it.
They're the primary ones because Mark Golden, even if it's just him speaking, whatever way, he's happy with that Bob Marley should be elevated, right?
Hey,
So,
my goaling go wherever the wind blow. Me know why you're not.
but guess what? At least he's saying it. We know. Remember, and
him have an agenda when he must. Me hear him, but him have an agenda when he must say them as something. Really,
yeah. But at least
really, truly, with JLP, me not expect nothing different, really and truly, because them, you see them how them operate. Is always a thing for them in a class first,
So, yeah, man. Let me tell you something. I was engaging with a staunch labor right friend I've seen. I said to her, I said, yo, listen. Can you point me to any event in history, all of human history, where conservatives have done anything to improve upon the conditions of a people, liberate them? Conservatism in of itself is always about the status quo. They do everything to keep the status quo. They're not into expanding on anybody's freedom and liberties and whatever else. Enough for them think that.
Nope.
Them want to keep the status quo. So it happened in Jamaica, it happened in America, it happened everywhere else. I've never seen an example where a conservative party, even in America, right, when many would argue that the Republicans were the ones who agitated for the freedom of the enslaved black people. At that time, the Republican Party was the liberal party.
Liberalism is what they used then to agitate for the liberation of black people. Back then, the Democrats were the conservatives. Liberalism is the vehicle by which we secure freedom and whatever expansion and liberties we have. And the same thing in Jamaica. And this is why they viewed Rastafari as anathema. You know, I mean, Rastafari contradicted all of their Eurocentric views, their Eurocentric subscription. So again, that's why Bustamante sanctioned the ethnic cleansing of Rastafari.
Yeah, man.
And yeah, so without being long-winded, Bob Marley is more justified than anyone on that list to be national hero.
That's true.
Especially Bustamante, especially two cousins them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean? Especially Bustamante.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I desperately want somebody want to engage with a person who could cogently justify Bustamante being where he is on that list. You know what I mean? I mean, you don't want to swan unicorn before you're dead. You don't want to say Bigfoot.
Yeah, something like that. One of them Greek myth creatures. There's something like that. The Loch Ness monster or something like that. I'd love to see.
Exactly. Bigfoot. You don't want to say alien.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. So Bob Marley definitely yeah. So what feel about Miss Lou?
Miss Lou?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm let a call come in the call. Sorry,
I would agree with her as well.
Yeah, man. Some things are virtually impossible. I can't imagine anyone making a meaningful argument for Bustamante.
But may I say Bob Marley is a yes to it look for everybody, like unanimously. Yes. Them
Categorically so.
So what about Miss Lou?
Well, I'm gonna respond to Unruly Dread. No, so yes, no doubt about it. Without Marcus Garvey, there wouldn't have Bob Marley in the way we have them, right? Because I can't imagine that anyone would have aligned Haile Selassie. So I agree with that. Just like without Bedwood, we wouldn't have Garvey. So I agree with that.
So you say Miss Lou can't get one pass? I mean,
Miss Lou deserves to be up there more than the majority of them too.
Even if she's a MBE member of the British Empire. People
bestow you give you these anointments and whatever, and some people take that, some not take it. As I say, I think Mr. Unruly mentioned the Virgin from England who refused it. You see, culturally, the patois we're talking right now.
Yeah.
Miss Lou was one of the first advocates for that, see? And
you see them blood plea, boy. Yeah. White Knight, you know, so I use it.
No, man, he's being facetious, man.
You know, I'm be hella facetious, right? You know, White Knight, you know, say, where black button there? You look, me line up all the blow or YouTube, you know, I mean, use it, you know, Virgin. Make future fan go red light, pepper light, and way somewhere over the celebration. We now use him, you know. What's on man? What's on man? White Knight, man. Just be nice, no, man. We continue the night.
Yeah, Miss Lou. If we care about being Jamaican and if we care about a Jamaican language, Miss Lou is unimpeachable. You can't care about Jamaican folk culture and in essence being Jamaican without seeing the value in Miss Lou.
Really and truly, if people find all kind of excuse to put somebody like the two cousins them, then I mean, what about Miss Lou? Where exactly. Even though you know, so even though say, if we are gonna say all right, if we are gonna say yo, she because she accept the MBE the and thing there, we are gonna say yo no to she blouse and skirt. Man, they up on it where big and bold, sir. So I mean, what about Mikey Scientist?
Yeah, man.
What go on?
Big up on yourself, man. I see him Donovan.
Yeah, man, I know say I use you whatever.
Yeah, what? Me not tell like, respect the reasoning this evening still. You see me?
See it.
Yeah, man. Me not tell you about. Me have some different ideas from the item still, cause me a man the voting every 4 years and them thing. Me not believe in that still. You see me?
Shoot no man, make we hear what go on.
Yeah, me more accept the overthrow thing still. You see me I say because me don't really like the politician, even as hero. A politician shouldn't be no hero virgin because remember, you know, it started from Paul Boger. The whole all of the black people them was one, you know, in those time, you know. In a Sam Sharp and Nanny and them people at the time. All black people was one. So the politician them split them and make poor people start kill them one another and vote for them and then them turn hero. That don't make no sense. The politician shouldn't be no hero brethren.
You make a distinction between politician and statesman.
Statesman.
Yeah. You allow for the possibility for an individual to be a statesman as opposed to being a politician.
Explain that for me. I mean, understand what you're saying.
Like in many respects, they would argue that founding fathers were the statesmen who orchestrated or shaped independence movements and so forth. And
yeah, all right, me understand what you're saying. Right now, we're not independent or no virgin. I thought just a word and give it for you. Say we're not independent because we still under the Commonwealth. That's why Vibes Cartel have to go to England to get free. You see me I say politics again. You see me I say poor people suffer under the politics. If you're PMP and PMP are lead, JLP are going in a problem. And if you're GLP and JLP are lead, PMP are going in a problem. So when you check it, me not rate no politician, brethren. When me rate a man, join the army, grow up and see the sufferation, who overthrow the government, take over the country, and start run the country good, just like Abraham Traore and them man there. You see me, Sankara and all those men, them fight for poor people. The politicians, them suffer we, and then take over the thing and say, them a hero. That's why them take so long to give him Bob, as we have said. Bob a hero over Norman Manley and Bustamante and all of them man the brethren.
I say you touched on for example, let me go back to what you said about the 4-year cycles of election. And in Jamaica's case, every 5 years, right? Bruce Golden, when he was speaking at one of those Arthur Brown lectures during the pandemic, he argued that Jamaica was too democratic and it's to our detriment. And he was able to articulate that Singapore, that isn't as democratic, was able to achieve a whole lot more. And he was able to cogently argue that this cycle every 5 years of putting a new person in power is self-serving versus providing any meaningful utility to the people. And the way in which he framed it, I within reason agree with him. I think it's too early to speak about Ibrahim Traore, but me and Yaga always agree when it comes to Thomas Sankara. See? And Thomas Sankara is one of those kind of Michael Manley type brethren there who believe in equality when it comes to men and women. And what is better than the Sankara oath? You know what I mean? If you're a politician, your children go to the same schools as the everyday Jamaican, use the same hospitals, everything. If it's good enough for the people, it's good enough for you. And that would inform term limits and a whole host of stuff. So you and I are going to always agree when it comes to Sankara. Some kind of fusion between Sankara and Garveyism will be perfect for a national philosophy or myth in a Jamaica. So I don't have much to disagree with you with what you said just now.
Yes. Agree fully with Thomas Sankara and him. Agree fully.
Yeah, I can't disagree with nothing what you said, brother.
So yeah, all right. Watch Sankara,
it now. If Donovan, if people don't know, you know, the mere name that the country has, Burkina Faso, was coined by the same Thomas Sankara, and the name translates to land of upright men. So with a man where I preach that kind of philosophy, upright men, because when I look in our Jamaica society, you know, and see boy, you know, them need some of them influences from Thomas Sankara, because I tell you, them boy, I tell you. But continue, Donovan, continue.
Yeah, me I say, all right. Just look on a country like Libya, see? Gaddafi. Remember, you know, the man say, him parents now go live in a house until every African, every Libyan get a house. Any country in the world where you want to study, the government pay for it. You see me I say? And Gaddafi say, one Africa, one army, one everything. That's why the man them, the white supremacy who we vote for every 4 years. Because when you vote at Jamaica, you go to England. And England we have vote for. That's why we have Governor General and all those things. So when you vote, you're supporting the white supremacy who are all way down for almost 600 years. You see me I say? And some next, remember, you know, when them forward, them not forward and negotiate, them forward and kill out who them fi kill out and take away your land. And when them take away your land, them slave you. And after them slave you, them still have you under lynching and all those things. All know them things they still are gone. In the United States, black people still are dead for nothing at all. You see me I say? So, and the China man them forward now, forward with that thing and say, I hear me, we build up on the road and build up on the business and 100 years down or 50 or 100 years down the line, I found no thing. It's a different thing. We have to give some different people chance, brethren. Because white people, give us no time for good. We have to fight for that. That's why we have to rate Ibrahim Chowe, the Sahel State, Ibrahim Chowe, Chiani, and Gunta. The three country is one country right now. One army, one bank, one everything. It's one passport, one everything. Three country. And you have more countries that join. Right now, in Africa and Nigeria is holding up the white supremacy. Certain country, if they overthrow the government, Nigeria go bomb them. And if them can't manage it, then call in US, and US come bomb you too, or England, or France. You see me? So, a fight, we have to fight, brethren. So them youth there, the youth there, as I'm about 38 now. Me is a big man. Me in my 50s. And me I say, all black people, where say 45 go down, supposed to support that guy because the man have a good, all right, watch it now. As a country, him take over the country. Him pay up the whole of the country debt with no help from no other country. The man give all of the farmer them tractor. The man build what do you call it? Potato no potato tomato factory. Where them used to import. Everything the man try to cut out, all import, self-reliance. We farm, we send the youth them go school and all that. Them things the man them do. You see me? So more country are joining, 3 gone, more are joining. It's who reach 10, then you reach 20. You know, it all take a time, you know. Because enough African country right now still a hold on the white supremacy. Because what? Them is for themselves alone. All they want to do is reach up them family, spend a time in the government or the parliament, control the country, reach up them friend, them family, and people are suffer for years and years and years. You see me? So this youth.
So all on
Let me ask my question, then, General. To your point with Ibrahim Traore, right? How does elections look in the country right now? How often do they have an election cycle?
All right. Never answer you.
Yeah.
Him say more call election, and the people them say no, we don't want election. Are you we want for rule? The man don't call election, and the people them say no, we don't want no election. Are you we want for rule? Because what? If you have a leader where you will see I do so much good, see. But you don't want it because if them go vote, they still go vote him in. The people them say him we want. Yeah man, the man a good man. The man say him a call election and the people them say we don't want an election and you want for rule. We have to give him a chance. You see if him fail, him fail. But right now, Africa succeed. Why if it succeed? Africa, them 3 country there is prospering over most of the African country them right now.
But the thing is, like nothing that he's doing now, we haven't seen in history. We've seen politicians. He's a military leader, right? We've seen leaders have the majority in their country for a while. I don't think it's sustainable for him. especially when you merge in other countries, other ethnic groups together, right? I don't think it's sustainable. I think it's a festering of deeper things to forward in the future. To me,
So you think it more fit morph into a Idi Amin as opposed to
yeah.
No, sir. Me not check so because watch it now. Although when them tell about Idi Amin, me not to accept a lot of things still because watch how it go now. You any black leader, what them do? The white supremacy spread rumors upon you, and the whole of the black people them run with it and then overthrow you. So you have to know that too. Propaganda. That's why you wanna beat them bad. You wanna beat them bad because they can't spread no propaganda. Because social media time now, and you have people where video things, send it out. Although them still are hide, you know. Them still are hide, but people know say them telling lie. In the past, from you is a black country, and you say, well, you hear me? Me nah deal with the white supremacy thing, you know. The first thing them do, them sanction you. See?
Right.
Then couple years down the line. Because when them sanction you, you can't buy this, you can't do that, you can't do that. Couple years down the line, them come invade you. Just why? Just because you're not bow to them. So that's the thing. That's why we have to rate Iran and we have to rate IBM show away because not really him alone, you know. But the Sahel. You have to rate them because them standing up against white supremacy. And if you don't stand up against them, you cannot free.
So you see, when you just talk earlier, right? I should have acknowledged also what you say about us not being independent because are we truly independent? You know what I mean? So I totally agree with you. I think it's too early when it comes to Ibrahim Traore, right? I think it's too early. But I agree with you when it comes, and that's not my saying that it's positive or negative, you know. I think it's too ephemeral. We don't have enough data points and enough of a runway if we really properly assess it, right? Because if you look at even again, remember when Muhammad Ali fought in Zaire, right? That same man, you know, that same man became a yoke around the people in neck. You understand? Eventually, but at the time of Muhammad Ali, Malcolm X, all of those people were going through what was Zaire at the time. I agree with you when you talk about Idi Amin, because to the extent that Idi Amin did anything bad, it's not different than when the British were okay with him. The issue that they had with Idi Amin is when he woke up and wasn't willing to carry water for a certain small hat wearing people.
Yeah.
That was the issue, you know. Idi Amin saw what was going on in Rhodesia. Idi Amin saw what was going on in South Africa, and he decided that he was no longer going to support that. And when he spoke up against those people, everybody in the Western world went after him.
All right. So you see, the same thing that them do every. All right. Watch it now.
Yes.
South Africa and that system when they call them apartheid system, you know. See, and when them get the nuclear, Israel give them nuclear, you know. See,
yes, sir.
And you say no. Watch it now. Israel a genocide Gaza, the Palestinian people, and South Africa carry them a court and win. And South Africa make Netanyahu the criminal court of justice have him as wanted man, you know. You see me I say in a those time when the apartheid system, black people can't go certain school, black people can't go on certain place, black people can't go certain thing. The whole United States, England, France, and the whole of the white people them must support the apartheid. Just like now, look on the genocide. It's only a few countries that talk about the genocide, you know. I told them afraid that Iran make you say England no join and France no join, you know. Afraid, you know. You understand me? So if the African them Gaddafi, all right, Gaddafi, go back to Gaddafi. Them invade Gaddafi, you know, and they shoot on a plane, send it to Russia. See, that are early in the 80s. So them have him up. Gaddafi now, I play decent, here for the plane when him shoot down, and disarm himself. And when him disarm himself, what them do? They invade him and kill him. Saddam Hussein, the same thing. Saddam Hussein war with Iran for 8 years. After the war, him invade Kuwait take over Kuwait, the same people them who is supporting for war with Iran, which is a white supremacy, invade him because them say him have weapon of mass destruction, him disarm, him hide him arms them. The man him invade him and kill him. Now it come to Iran now. Where them a say Iran for disarm and wait. Then can't manage North Korea because North Korea have nuclear already. They want Iran for disarm. Them kill the man, you know. The supreme leader, you know. Yeah, me I hear you.
Not for cut you, right? But indulge me. I'm going to be facetious for a second. How is it that you're a Gaza man and reason so well when it comes to them things?
Virgin, you don't know what he say? Me not join the mix up, brother. Me not join the mix. You don't see that? You don't mix up, me not join for conscious argument like, you know, long me a listen, no? And me I say, well, boy, it come like, me have to go join, you know, Rasta. Yeah, because what? That's the reason I me like.
I'm sure it's sitting there. You see, Donovan, I want to be very few of them Gaza man I want to say, like, even if him say you're right, me listen him and don't have nothing to say. It is what it is.
Yeah.
There will be no objection. You understand what I'm saying? What's Dread cause probably with the one.
I want to tell you a thing too, you know. You know, say, I unruly Dread. I tell me, say, boy, you know, say, don't apologize, have some good conversation over there. If you subscribe, I subscribe. You see me, I'm sitting, I'm say, me I go listen. Me there, I go look while I listen before me type, you know. But me not gonna lie, we need more of them conversation, your brethren. Because in my head, me always I say, me no understand how the vlogger them never see, no, they never try to get all some, they say, boy, investigate with some school youth, we are going good in a school or sport or anything and highlight it. All the man them come morning time or evening time or night time or be mixed up. And this and that and that. Me don't like them conversation, brother.
The man might chase certain likes and them the way the author saying. Me I do one thing. It name me I do my civic duty. Well, on the first one, first one forward block, you know. You're there so from the time, but bro, for me, certain things that matter to me, you know. And Donovan, me I do a civic duty. You see them thing when enough people not talk about author, so me will talk about it. And no matter, you understand, it no matter to me who or how much or whatever. There is something that matter to me. Me I do this.
Man, all right. Even February, you know, we are a black history month, you know. The man them not talk, the man them not talk about all them things, the virgin. And watch it now. Remember, you know, all Jamaicans say they rate Bob Marley, because we know say Bob Marley are the king. We rate Bob Marley. But when the company, the Rasta thing, the man them not nothing with that. The man them not nothing with that, brother. They not depend on the part there. You see me I say, yeah, and for sure you say, you not have to natty up your ear, and because me no natty up my ear. But we live the Rasta life, virgin. Not tell you the truth.
Yeah. So what are what's the song?
So when I go say the great DJ, they say them don't know Selassie from Ethiopia, see, which is a double entendre. Them don't know the actual man, and them can't distinguish the man from the country. So I agree with it. I agree with it, Donovan. I met about the virgin where you would figure, make sure you go see the street get name after him. You see me I say? Run a your ends. But
yeah.
I totally agree with you, and you see them vibe. And it's so funny, you know, because all of we, you know, even when I disagree, it's like we kind of see the scope where the ones them are deal with, and on the different platform, you see we really still respect and acknowledge each other. And all we are looking for is a home wherein we can have these conversations. And look at it, a good amount of us are here.
This look like this are the yard, and I want to tell you, say, all right, see all this what you talk about, that governing the ideal state there. You see next week Thursday, pan the quote unquote independence state. And that we're gonna talk about, you know, I'm tell you, say, you know, we're gonna see, as we say, you know, if when Marcus Garvey did I say back in them time there, if it actually get fulfilled in a some way, shape, or form, or if it still a take root to there, if the man not do it, or who do it, from who not do it, and when it do, and where it still a go on with all them be there. Well, that may be with Thursday going on.
But to your point, right? To your point, and out of respect for Unruly Dread, where I think he mentioned this to me like probably 6 or so weeks ago, you know.
Yeah.
Since you got to talk about it on Thursday, I mean,
You know, it would have been nice if if enough of us can read the material
Do
and
it,
and,
man.
and discuss it
I
and
guess what?
discuss it.
Yeah, cause guess what? You see, before me even reach the point where me I go do all of that, me I go think there, you know. First one there, you know. Me I go read it out fully, you know, and then me I go just go through to see what it actually done for nothing. You understand me? I read it out, the
Yeah,
points them when it outline and thing. I explain what I mean by it and them the way there, and then me
yeah.
I go just cause me actually like my line up. It's like how you see me line up a PowerPoint. I see like so my line up it, you know, like
Nice,
what
nice, nice,
actually
nice.
get done from when it get done and which year it done and by whom it get done by and all them something, you know.
Real talk. Yeah,
Time
yeah.
and like
Let's do
go out
that.
all of them that's up there and I say, yo, man, I go deal with this, so, you know. Read the essay there, you know, and then just go through it, so, you know, man. So I probably may know again Thursday, you know. But as me I tell you, say, bro, this are the platform where me envision for it. Now, yeah, we're gonna talk music too, you know, but them I think yeah, what important to me, yeah, we have to talk about it. But hold on, but fierce one.
Hey, bless up everybody for the panel.
Bless up, Fierce.
Bless up.
What go on the fierce one? What go on now?
Me good, me good. No, I was listening earlier, but hey, I was at the supermarket, so I couldn't join the panel. I just
Yeah.
probably that get settled now. But I had a question because I was listening to I don't remember his name. Nile, I think the last name, the end. Boy, I
It's
can't even
not
see
good,
the
probably
name.
Nile.
It's
Nile,
simple, man.
yeah.
It's simple. Lalibela, Lalibela.
Lalibela. Okay,
Or
okay.
just go with Nile. Just go with Nile.
Good night. Okay, all right, I'll go with that. Well, you said something earlier that I was curious about that you and you can tell me if that's what I heard because I misheard you. So you said that when black Caribbean folks, particularly Jamaicans, when they come here, they cannot tether themselves to the Black American experience, right? Because I guess because the Black Americans, when you look at the racial hierarchy and the power structure, the Black Americans are at the bottom of the ladder, right? That's what you said, right?
Not
Or
necessarily,
and
but go ahead. Well, go ahead.
no, no, I have to know if that's what you said or not, because then my thing will be pointless. My point will be
Okay.
pointless.
So greetings, all right, and please
Mm.
forgive me. I am not a good communicator.
No,
I
man,
live
you
in my head.
communicate very well.
I live in my head, and seldom do I open my windows to look out. Um, what I was saying, right?
Hmm.
When we were coming here, whether from Jamaica, Barbados, or wherever,
Hmm.
we weren't looking to come here and remain stationed at the bottom of the food chain.
Right.
To the extent that we were able to, whether by education, working hard, or some mixture of both, or whatever it is, our
Hmm.
objective always was to climb the egalitarian ladder to go as far as possible.
Hmm.
And given that that seem instinctive for any people,
Hmm.
we shouldn't critique anyone who wouldn't want to remain at the bottom of the totem pole, as it were.
Okay. So when you say that, are you suggesting, because maybe this is where I didn't understand, are you suggesting that people who come from the Caribbean or other parts of the world, black people particularly, or and to some extent brown people too, that goes to these European country first world, quote unquote first world countries, are you saying they should dissociate themselves from the black experience or from the experience of the foundational black people within that country? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, no,
If they
not at
want
all.
upward mobility?
No, not at all. Not at all,
Okay.
right? Like, and I think enough of us who've been in America or anywhere else, England or wherever,
Mm-hmm.
we've had to either go to school, depending on when we came here, or
Mm-hmm.
because, for existential purposes, we would have gone to school or would have secured meaningful employment.
Mm-hmm.
And to the extent that we were able to, we would bolster things in a way that if we have children, they would benefit or wouldn't have to make certain sacrifices that we made. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes when you do that,
Mm-hmm.
you're coming across crosshairs of some Black Americans.
Right.
Them as a function of naivete or of the view that we've aligned ourselves with white America or the federal government to undermine
Mm-hmm.
them. The
Mm-hmm.
narrative that they push forward is that we betrayed them after the civil rights movement. They were the ones who fought for us to come, And when we came, in lieu of them being empowered as they ought to, the government elected to pay low income, low wages to immigrants at their expense. And though there is a material truth to the fact that when we come to America, we settle for a lot less than they would. We didn't. There was no malice in what we were doing. But at any rate, they were adversely affected.
Well,
And
no cut to know. What we Donovan to drop off? When gone? Donovan, how go on? Let me know. Type in
maybe
a chat.
I'm not
could be a
hearing no
phone call.
more.
Could be a phone call.
Me hear you now.
No continue.
No, yeah. He had asked me to hold on. Sorry. So what I'm saying is that when we came to America as immigrants, when we climbed the ladder, in some respects, it did affect the Black Americans adversely. And I don't think anyone should fault us for that. And we should be cognizant of their reality and their plights that are unique to them.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. If we are not cognizant, because initially when I initially came here, I also had similar thinking, and okay, maybe dissociate. I have to get up the ladder. I have to ensure that I get my degree. I get the best job. I get the best house. Blah 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 blah. But after being here for some time and also attending I did my undergraduate studies at a predominantly African American institution, I come to understand the divide and conquer rule that is being employed on us. And if we're not careful as people from the Caribbean, we'll come here and we will play that out also on Black Americans.
Right.
So we have to be cognizant of their struggles and how they feel. Because what the power structure will do, or those in power, for me not wanting to mention their names or identify them as a group, what they will do is they'll play the same psychological games that they have played for years so that they can maintain power and control. And to me, go ahead.
No, sorry, go ahead, because I have so many questions for you. Sorry, go ahead.
Could you expound on that? Here's one. Expound on the psychological game.
It's to me, all of this racism is about power, right? All of it is about power and control, and a house divided amongst itself cannot stand. White people see themselves collectively as white people. They don't see themselves as a white person from France or a white person from Sweden or a white person. Yes, they do identify with their heritage and their culture and where they're from. But collectively, as a whole, they see their whiteness as something they can. As something.
Person, sorry, person. You hearing Rambo? Donovan.
Yeah, man, me I hear, man. Me I hear. Me I hear everybody.
Mute yourself to Donovan. Your background noisy.
I think Pearson have a jump forward. Because you're not here, Rambo. If you're hearing the first one,
come off and come back on. Come off and come back on.
Yeah, come on for touch on some stuff for sure.
Yeah, no. Because there's a lot of things now. There's a lot of things to just say. That kind of have a
listen, yeah. No, listen, man. I am so appreciative of the platform. Yeah, Rambo, long but you see from your mention, see I go do the thing from last week.
Yeah.
Every minute me I look, Rambo they live. Rambo live. It's like me ask, me DM people on IG, you have a link for Rambo? You know what I mean? I say golden eye, me never hear him, I'm say, Rambo I go live. It's like I've been so thirsty for the conversation.
Yeah, that's something to say, bro. As I say, all right, watch it up. Guess a whole heap of life me do like this, bro. A whole heap of life.
Really?
Like stuff. Whole heap of life. If you look at the channel, bro, I tell you say, whole heap of life when I do stuff like this now, I talk about. Where I talk about the governing and the ideal state. That's what I tell you say. Next Thursday, what I talk about, I will go to the Galley Festa where Garvey did propose to we and them this up there for see how much of it them are 2 man now. the two cousins them were boil the devil soup. How much I them actually fulfill from them the time till now and them the way they. But that have a Thursday we have but that's how we there so him today. Because I say what me did say initially, I say yo, I wait till Heroes Day for this. But I said, no, sir, not alright. Better we deal with the the day, you know, where them claim for say we emancipated from slavery, which I know we not do it. And then
Yeah,
man,
I'm back.
yeah,
You
man.
guys
And
hear
and
me?
pan it day where them claim for say we're
Y'all
independent.
hear me?
We're not independent.
Yes, Fierce.
Yeah, man, I hear your
Okay.
face one. I hear you loud and
Yes,
clear. I
yes,
make
man.
you go afterwards. So that's what I say, yo. That channel this I want me envision it. Yes, we are gonna talk about music too, but you see them as important to me. More than even so the music, because music, yes, while great, them as something very much important. Because you see based off the direction of society in you know, because me have a basically me have a front row seat to everything what go on because me live here and me there amongst them people at the time. I tell you some time I tell you all the people them operate, trust me, like they need a whole heap of Garveyism in them man. I tell you. And
Yes.
them away. But me I tell you say, boy, but as we say, and you see that's something I to go talk about that hero something here, with them two cousins there. Them are the reason why the youth them like so far from reality, right? You know.
Yeah.
Because them are people we want to talk about the Bob Marley, the Louis Bennett, them are people are supposed to be with hero a long time without question. Even if I saw, right? Before them, man, even now this man with the next list, so on the top of the list, Taki. One man will actually dead for freedom. And it's like people are if and but, and I maybe, but the man them put in Ratty
Y-
Charge,
Yeah. And yeah, and
Alexander Clark and his cousin in there. Two
yeah,
of
and you say after you do your thing after about Taki Revolt, proper book, because it's like a show about the ethnogenesis of the people in Jamaica. But let's allow
Hold on, that the man have one book?
no, there's a Harvard professor who wrote a book about the Taki Revolt. And
You don't say.
what I love about it, you know, I'm not get into that right now. Cause I want fierce
Yeah,
one, and
Fierce one, yeah.
I want to respond to Unloaded Dread, but let the esteem fierce one go through. Cause I have a million questions for her.
Yeah, go through first one. Go through first one. Free.
Yes. So what I was saying is, I'm will come back to the hero thing, but this thing piqued my interest with Niall did say earlier. Yeah. So what I was saying is that white people they tend and it's not that they have always been this way, but I figured once they came in with this racial hierarchy and this racial caste system, they now see once the person's skin is white, they see them as part of their tribe with and that works to their advantage. Case in point, why the person who runs this country now wants to import the South Africans, and it's no big deal to them because although they have a different culture, their accents are different, their way of life is different. It doesn't matter. They have commonality on with the color of their skin, right? So for them, it's no. It doesn't matter where in the world you are. You could be in hell, you could be in Alaska, you could be in I don't know, the North Pole. Once you share my pigmentation, there is commonality and there's protection. I find it that with black people, we are very tribal. And to me, that is what got us into slavery in the first place, is our tribal mindset. And I have opined on this for quite some time to see is this genetics? Is this ingrained in us, this tribalism? Because it is the many different tribes that we had in Africa. This one enslaving this one selling out this one thinking this one is less than me. So you can go, I can have you chained to the ships of the Spaniards, and you can go how many miles away, and I don't care about you. I don't have to come for you. You're dead to me, right? So it's that tribalistic mindset that got us into that same into slavery. And again, Rambo mentioned something about the Maroons. They also had the tribalistic mindset, right? So wherever you go where black people are, they carry that tribal mindset, right? And it's playing out now between FBAs, Foundational Black Americans, people from the Caribbean, and people who are also coming from various parts of Africa. Everybody kind of stick to their own kind. Yes, you may have some overlap where they appreciate each other's culture, but for the most part, everybody is also competing for who is the better black group, right? I can understand, like you said earlier, Nile, that nobody necessarily wants to anchor themselves to a set of people who they see at the bottom of the ladder. It's human nature, it's psychology. That's how we operate, right? We want to ascend, we want to be associated with upward mobility. But if we also want the collective good of the race, we also have to see our brothers in Africa, in the Caribbean, in different parts of the world. We also have to view each other collectively as quote unquote one, or we cannot push our race forward.
So let me ask you a few questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, was a total different topic.
Yeah.
Were you the one who came on to Michael's platform a few weeks ago, correcting the narrative as it relates to Bounty Killer?
Yes, that was me.
All right, all love for you then. All right. Um, okay. I missed what you said about South Africa. Can you go back to what you were saying there?
Yes. So you know that what's his face and who should the nameless man, the big bad wolf. He's
Right.
bringing in the folks from South Africa because he's saying that there's a genocide there and he's bringing in all these folks from South Africa, right? You know about that, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, yes, that's what I was saying.
Okay. Um, to the extent that black people are tribal, as you've posited, that's not necessarily wrong. And all the peoples, as you know, of Earth at some point in time were tribal.
True.
There was a time in history that where we
When
spoke about
white
the
people were tribal too, yes,
right,
yes. In
where we
Europe,
spoke of
when they used to
right,
fight amongst themselves, it's true. I
yeah,
know.
right. I'm glad you said that because we can talk about the Germanic tribe, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But they had Garvey like or Jose Marti like folks who informed their desire as a Germanic people to amalgamate into what led from Prussia into the modern Germanic states, right? So,
Right.
so, so I love how you frame that. And the book called Taki Revolt speak about the disparate tribes who were forced to stand side by side in Jamaica, and
Mm-hmm.
to what extent conflict that caused, and to what
Mm-hmm.
extent unison came from it.
Mm-hmm.
So that is meaningful. And as I was telling these esteemed men earlier, there is this romantic notion that black people in the past were homogenous, where they were
No.
one of one view in Africa. And
Nope.
that was never the case. They grab a man from the hinterland, they got a man from a coastline. And as far as the European with the erasure mindset were concerned, all are not the same. Seeing?
Exactly. So they view all of us the same, and
Right.
but they also view themselves as the same. At some point, they collectively came to that conclusion amongst themselves, right? They kind of view that that's how they created the racial caste system.
Well, what they
Or
had
is it
was
that the racial caste system allowed them to kind of congregate around their whiteness? I'm not sure which came first.
so the slave codes of Brazil in 1661 or so, somewhere abouts, is when they codified into law the distinction between that which is black and that
That
which
which
is
is
white,
white.
ultimately we're in there to define who amongst us would be slaves and in perpetuity, right?
Mm.
But to the extent that they had conflicts, no different than they have the European Union or whatever they have, they've always had strategic alliances. To the extent that those alliances made sense for them, they maintained them. But wherein they didn't provide any utility, they just separated from them, right? So that's what they've done. We in Jamaica, we haven't been imbued with this one philosophy or national myth that every civilization has had. And therein lies our problem. We truly are tribal in that sense, and it's
Somebody
largely
jump
because
off and
we're
now I can't
uninformed.
hear.
Who you can't hear?
Hey,
You can't
guys,
hear me?
I'm gonna jump off. I'm going to chat. I'm gonna walk my son scooter riding. So I'm gonna be in a chat.
All right, now say 40.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Okay.
man. Hold
I
on,
think
man. I'm on
fierce.
the first one. I go. First one, you there? Yeah, hear we? First one, yeah, hear we?
He's asking you to drop the link again.
All right, hold on. Me move them two things in front of it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Me move them two things in front of it. All right, I'll drop a link here now. First one.
Yeah, I'll just start off wherever she
All right, first one. See that. See that. See that. Hold on. First one there now. All right. Yeah, man. Go. Fear here we are now. First one. First one. What? First one. Nile, you hear me, right?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
That's what I'm going with first one thing.
It could be on. Is she on mute or something?
Hold on. Let me see something. All right. Must I hear we are? Yeah, hear we are now, first one?
Me, I hear it now, yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
We're live back now. All right. Go through now. Go on.
Yeah. Yeah, what was the last thing you heard, the first one?
Lord Jesus, me don't even remember. We were talking about the when somebody in Brazil, I think in 1819, I don't remember the date, when they decided who is white, who is black, who is whatever color. Yeah.
Right, Barbados, correct. 1661, if I'm not mistaken. But it should, if it's not 61, it's 62. That's when they legally, for the first time in human history, defined blackness and whiteness, and then ultimately defined, so just legally bound us to perpetual enslavement. But the Europeans, to your point, and we've agreed, they themselves were tribal at some point in time,
Yeah,
and
they were.
based on their worldview, they have a lot of strategic alliances, and as
Mm-hmm.
long as there's utility, they maintain those alliances. Um, we then spoke about the different tribal entities in Africa, taken
Mm-hmm.
to the Americas, treated as if they were one. They spoke different languages, different customs, and therefore that didn't yield much unison. And
Mm-hmm.
ever since, we haven't tethered to anything that would unite us philosophically and
Mm-hmm.
otherwise, and therein lies our problem. Uh,
But can we though? Because how I look at this whole thing, I feel we are sort of like the black sheep, the scapegoat in a big, and I'm going to use the overused word, in a big narcissistic dysfunctional system. So the whites can always maintain a sense of unity, even if just on the surface amongst themselves, because they have somebody to project all the ills, the woes, the imperfection of society onto, which is black people. If you should remove us and take us out of society and take us out of the equation, then they would have to examine themselves and look amongst each other, right? And then they will start the infighting. But as long as we are the scapegoat, or we are the quintessential black sheep within this dysfunctional system, all of the woes and the ills of society will be projected onto us, right? Point number two, we cannot necessarily have a leader within our group that is going to, well, I shouldn't say we cannot have it, we can have it, but the same way they got rid of Martin Luther King, them get rid of Malcolm X, them get rid of Kwame Nkrumah, they get rid of Patrice Lumumba, and we all see what's going to happen with Abraham in Burkina Faso. Let's hope somebody don't take him out too. Do you think that, and look what happened to Marcus Garvey, do you think that there can be a unifying black person who will be able to kind of stitch us together across many different cultures? Do you think that's possible?
Very good question. I can't, off the top of my head, speak to one individual who, who is capable of unifying all black people. But the thing is that we may not necessarily need one individual to get it done. We
Mm-hmm.
need individual, like
Many.
right. Look at this discussion that we're having now versus when I first met you.
Mm-hmm.
The vibration, the energy is totally different.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone on this platform is willing to listen to the next person and respond in kind out of respect.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever it's worth, we that would have been a luxury a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I want
When
to
you
say, Niall, I want to say, one discussion we may having at the very near future is entitled "The Last Art of Debating." Where we are talk about. Enough of them are mad this. I want to go and discussion them in other space and so other space too. But there's something to say on that. So interesting thing. We are going to ask some questions, bring some things to people. For that channel, bro.
yeah, man.
So discussion like us, we are telling us like even all right, like this man, we see I go out over like channel later. We see I go. Me say yo here, me not bother with that. Me not no time for that. Not
Me
no time
personally,
for that. This man.
yeah, man. There's one out and never really keep up with it, right?
Yeah, we could bother because guess what? At that stage I reach now. That stage.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
Oh crap! I was talking in mute.
Right, there's some reach right there. You understand?
I never hear it, you know.
You never hear it?
No, when you place it on mute.
Yeah. I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
Yeah, that's what they're right now. When I talk it certain way with certain argument.
Yeah, and this falls in line with what I was going to say, that we just need to be honest with each other. And when we're honest with each other, you find that we're not justified in debating some people. And that's not a function of disrespect. That's one, being pragmatic. You're engaging with people wherein you speak French and they speak Chinese. I mean, what are you gonna get out of that? You know what I mean?
That's say they're right now.
Yeah, that's like that. But you see, like for example, with us in Jamaica, we have an issue wherein we don't have no meaningful social contract. When I have no social contract, and this is why there's so much discord.
But now,
yeah, gotcha.
You hearing me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
This is because I had a question. about Miss Lou, but the conversation went, different directions.
Ask me.
I had this question.
Ask about it. Ask.
We're trying. Yeah, because we're trying to bestow national heroism on Miss Lou, right? But in my view, right, she has what to say now, advertised this patois thing, because a lot of people attach this patois to Miss Lou, and I'm thinking, are we putting her up on a pedestal for like grandize degeneracy? Because a lot of people have that view.
Hold on. First one, are you hear me?
Yeah, you hearing me?
All right. Yeah, man, I hear you.
Okay.
Hold on. So yeah, so
you get what I'm saying, Alabella, now?
Yeah,
so for that with Miss Lou concerned, you say you'd have issue with it.
Yeah, a lot of people, I have an issue with it, because I think this propping up of patois, isn't me? It's you're prop up degeneracy to me, because it's patois, a fusion of English and Creole per se, as in African dialect, or is it the shortening of English, the lazy version of speaking English?
But hold on, that part of full culture either way stars. Our culture either way, so me not know.
Me ask. But how did patois come apart? Come into our culture? How did patois come in?
You mean no?
Yeah, because to me it's just the shortening of English, or the non-pronunciation of English words.
You're messing now, right? When it comes to language, right? What's important is cultural threading, utility, and so forth, right?
Yeah.
And if you listen to the linguists, and Ms. Emmanuel, linguistically curious is what I refer to myself as.
Yeah.
And I am a logophile. I love words. When I listen to a man like Noam Chomsky, right? And he's one who will tell you there is no such thing as a pure language. There is no
Yeah.
such thing as a national language until the advent of this notion by the French. And when I listen to him talk within that lecture, he suggested that if you looked at the Germans who shared a border with France, their German was closer to French than the German language itself, and likewise Italian and so forth, right? Language has always been fluid. Language isn't necessarily taught because to the extent that you have a certain lexicon, you're not opening your child's mind and feeding him a certain abridged or unabridged lexicon. Language is an enigma to the extent that we tether to any respective language. And there's always a cultural component when it comes to language. Now, I am a technical person and I used to be concerned about the utility of us treating Patois as our primary language versus a cultural lingua franca of sorts. But the truth of it is that over time I've evolved to now subscribe to the notions of Dr. Caroline Cooper. We, for whatever... Let me listen to this one last thing.
Yeah, go on. No, man, go on. Come and think you did finish.
The English what we talk is second language English as far as what we learn in school, right? The way in which we learn English limit our ability to meaningfully learn. If Patois were taught in school, or if Patois were treated as our primary language, and then English just a lingua franca, in a sense, trade language and so forth, right? We ultimately, as a people, that national myth and so forth, and patriotism and all things Jamaican, we will be more of that if we better utilize Patois.
All right. You know what? That's the same thing with the language, you know. What would I best speak to this matter with language and how it different based off geolocation of certain people too. The Belgians, say you have the Belgians, right? Them don't have they don't speak Belge. There's no such thing as a Belge, right?
Right.
The language,
German
right?
and French.
But depending upon which part of like Belgium you are, some people speak predominantly Dutch, some speak predominantly German, some speak predominantly French.
Right.
So they have a one country and three other languages and taught in a school to you.
Right.
Right. So
but they're few some ask this part.
You're breaking up.
Two different. Sorry, I'm outside I walk. You hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
You hear me? So that's what I was saying, I don't see a fusion of different dialects to say, okay, this is where Patois comes from. All I see is a short forming of the English dialect. You see me?
Well, even if I saw, bro, for me, it have to stay because guess what? At the means
no. I reason. Like it's here
so
and it's here to stay. I love it, and I like, but we just ask some questions. We have some esteem guests here.
So me would I say our culture and anything where our culture, especially something like this, where we build one language where basically all of the enslaved people them use to communicate with them one another and get certain. I'm not a fact I could have them use to burn down a plantation at the right time and then the way. So
but
in that sense,
but if you look at the society now when it comes to you know, our culture and our people, when it comes to education, right, and the literacy rate, and how we comprehend. We debate panels every day and we talk to Jamaicans, right? And you see it's hard for send across certain information. Some may say it is Patois an attributing factor towards that?
Well, no, I don't think so. Let me say this. Are you guys hearing me?
Yes.
But see, we can't get rid of our Patois. I am vehemently against that. I feel like it's our cultural identity. Me feel like you're supposed to can talk it in a parliament if you want. It's the language of the people. It's the language of the poor. It's the language of Otameniwan people. And it's funny because wherever you go across the world, once they hear us speak the patois, people become fascinated by it. They want to learn it, they want to speak it, they want to emulate us. It's part of our cultural identity. So to me, it should stay with us. Number two, I don't think that patois is what contributes to the lack in comprehension skill, because
That's
what's going
not.
on in America, they speak standard English, and look at the reading scores here. They're abysmal.
Yeah,
Abysmal.
yeah. That's what I was saying earlier,
Yeah.
right? Because we're taught English as a second language. That is the reason why we struggle when we communicate. Let me confess something, right? Everything when me learn, everything when me read is in English. And yes, when it comes to engaging in a Jamaican space, I struggle immensely. I struggle right now for engage because my brain I try to translate when I learn epistemically on the English side. I try to translate into the patois world. And there's a lot of work I go on in my head for communicate, seeing. And this is why
Yeah.
over time I eventually realized that Miss Lou made so much sense. Caroline Cooper makes so much sense. Muta Baruka, par excellence philosopher. When Muta Baruka engaged with scholars, very different academics, there isn't anything lost when he speaks in patois. There isn't a better person articulating patois wherein there's meaningful philosophical or poetic value in it. See? And that's why when me write, my try to write as best in a patois, and there's so many things I could say and express in patois that English doesn't have a capacity to allow for. See?
Exactly. Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
patois, patois is that thread that we need. And again, you see, the issue is that when we talk to most Jamaican, them not understand English.
Exactly.
And it's
So you
the
have to
Yeah.
speak to them in the language they understand.
yeah, yeah, and it's a fault of the system. We need a pedagogical reform in Jamaica for
Hmm.
better, for better realign patois. I used to worry about the fact that printed books and all these documents, if we went with patois as the primary language, would be a problem. But that was my being short-sighted. Patois being elevated benefit all Jamaicans.
I don't know if I would take it so far as to teach in patois, only because English is the dominant language within the society, within our global society. And it may further handicap those who struggle with language or comprehension. Uh so I don't know if I would want to elevate it in that sense. But it should remain a means by which people, especially um, those who are on the lower ranks among us, can communicate with each other.
Here's the
It
problem.
have to
Yes.
stay.
So
Hmm.
here's the problem,
Yeah.
right? Sorry.
Go on.
I understand. I understand why one would see it that way. And I
Hmm.
used to see it that way too until I had a brethren who showed me that the research actually shows that the
Hmm.
language that you speak at home, the language that you communicate with, is the
Hmm.
language that they should use to educate you.
Okay.
And that's what the research is showing that we learn English as a second language. You understand? Me can't remember
Hmm.
when I little youth and I didn't know the distinction between was and were. You
Hmm.
understand? Because when I speak the Queen's tongue at home, you,
Right.
you you have some up to neighbors who may have spoken that way, but me personally, as a
Hmm.
little youth,
We don't
I
talk
just,
like
I just,
that.
I just straight patois. So there's
Hmm.
an interpretive gap between
Yeah.
transitioning from patois to English in the classroom, and you see, even me being of a certain age, when I hear the young youth, them I have to listen for a little while that I understand the words and so forth, but as far as the meaning behind it, sometimes there's a learning curve. There's a little lag.
Hmm.
There's a lag for me, and that's what
Yeah.
happens in the society. And enough
Hmm.
Jamaicans properly educated, and when they come to America and people talk to them, I still see them a struggle with English because again,
Right.
it's just like us learning Spanish in school. One
Hmm.
learn Spanish as a primary language, so there isn't much utility in the Spanish with the Spanish we are learning at school. More than we know
Right.
certain words, and and
Right.
and therein lies the problem. So I get it. We impulsively think, and that's how I thought for the longest time. Like, yo, if them talking a patois, it's gonna create a wider chasm, but it actually would stimulate the brain a certain kind of way. And guess what?
Here's one: bilingual, multilingual students, they're sharper than anybody else.
By
True.
So
far.
they're sharper than anybody else. And to the extent that English should remain as a lingua franca, which is a trade language, a language of communication across the board, but patois needs to be more prominent. You understand? Because we learn everything as youth in patois, and then when we go to school, ain't no saying in Jamaica you have some youth when they even know them real name until them go to school. You know what I mean? Enough things they don't learn. You know,
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy in this time and age.
Yep.
Enough things they don't know because when you get over to the English, it's a whole different mode. And then once you leave the classroom, you code switch back into the patois mode. So there's a
Right.
lot being lost there. And it took a while for me to see it that way there, but the data shows that patois would have been better off if it were more prominent.
Yeah, but is it a contributing factor to the illiteracy rate though? Because a
I
lot
don't
of
think
people
so.
have learning challenges just because they learn patois in the home, right? And then when they go to school, they struggle with English.
Yeah, just like for example, I am on Duolingo learning German and Latin, and I not talk to nobody in German, and I not talk to nobody in Latin.
Yeah, yeah.
You see, it's
It's hard.
like
It's hard for you
that.
get it. Yeah.
Yeah, that level of insularity won't bode well in me getting properly acclimated to the language.
Exactly.
So,
But
so
but
again,
I bet you if you went to Germany, like in 3 weeks, you can speak fluently.
exactly. And then when you
Yeah.
apply to Jamaica, when you leave class, when you're in Jamaica, right, the classroom is Deutschland, and when you leave the classroom, you're in Jamaica and at the part of the world. So the same thing, you
Exactly.
understand? So that's
Yeah.
the dilemma. There is a dichotomy.
So
Uh,
with the argument we are going on right now, right? I Miss Luanti, right? Uno would elect a Miss Lu to a national hero honor.
I would
Most
for multiple
definitely.
reasons.
Yeah.
I would do for what I was saying about poetry, the arts, and so forth.
Yeah. The
And
arts.
and, and we can empirically prove that Miss Lou as a woman did exist. Your point, Rambo, earlier is Nanny an amalgamation and whatever. Was Nanny a real person? At
Yeah.
least give me one real woman. You know what I mean? I'm being facetious with that still, but I'm serious in some respects.
Yep.
Miss Lou ought to be elevated to national hero status in the arts,
So
her and Bob Marley.
so that Bob Marley and Miss Lu. We want to think about them four people up on the screen.
Well, we probably can. I can make. I would say Taki Usain Bolt is worthy of it. We see the precedent with Rihanna, so maybe I can't make the argument that it's too early to give it to him. But I'm not 100% I'm not taking away from anything that he's achieved,
Mhm.
but I am not 100% sold when it comes to him, largely because of youth. And I think that's a function of naivety on my part,
Yeah.
because again, if Rihanna is elevated as she has, I would say yes. Peter and Jimmy, Bonnie Wheeler is my favorite Marley, or Wheeler rather, but I don't think they've risen to the level of Bob Marley. Even with Jimmy Cliff, who've contributed so much even way before Bob Marley, uh, yeah, I think they're good where they are, in my
Yeah.
estimation.
So hold on, wait, me not see fierce one the man thing then jump off there. Hold on, me drop a link there just in case. Hold on. Me drop a link and then we can recover it.
Oh, he said he wasn't hearing us.
They're not here, so yeah. I think that on an Apple device, man, I swear, you could have go get what Android device, but
Yeah. Yeah.
see, so them are four name, right, and then we have a few more, because we have them
Really?
here. Yeah, you might tell us how we see people,
Oh, well.
and then you have the Oliver Samuels of these, the Noel Nethersall, and so them at we can't get it for me. For obvious reasons. Edward Siaga, Michael, them can't get it for me. I'm so sorry.
Um, you see, if one can justify Marcus Garvey again
Mm.
being elevated, being conferred with national hero because of what he intended to do, one can make a similar argument for Michael Manley.
I think so.
Not what
Because you see, him would I say mean well, yes, and him do some things wrong here, but you see, him do some things were in line with us, yeah, I got to,
like what?
Like the CM, the garrison community CM way too. So him following at that line there, right?
All right.
Where help destabilize we and kind of create them the boundaries with we as a people, It's green and orange business, We're still divided to this day.
All right. So let's really assess that, right? 1970s. And actually, let me go back even before the 1970s, right? Mr. Siaga, who was a proper anthropologist as far as the work that he did in Jamaica, research about Pocomania and the varying different quote-unquote cults in Jamaica, structuring the music industry or music as a whole in Jamaica. Before he even got into active politics, he did a lot in those areas, in the area of anthropology for Jamaica. Immensely so. I'm going to send you a link when he did a lecture at Clark Atlanta University, I think in 1976. He's non-pareil when it comes to all of that. Him not have no equal with the work with him do again. Let me tell you, in the folk culture of Jamaica, Mr. Sia gonna have no equal. No, I'm not a historian, but sometimes I try to use historian lens to synthesize certain type of things. Yes, when Mr. Siaga eventually got introduced to politics, DC Tavares, Tom Vincent Tavares' uncle was the virgin where bring him into politics, right? And Bustamante see him and took him on them wing, and the rest is history. Siaga's been there before 1962. All of the images where you see with Tassius Golden, Bruce Golden's father, and all these people. Yeah, I know the judge that may I say, yeah, he was in the music. Siaga was there from the inception, the founding of this country. And I truly think that to the extent that Manley took on the moniker of Joshua, the rod of Joshua, and aligning himself with Rastafari, was a countervailing force to Edward Siaga. Once he decided he wanted to get into politics, or acquiesce and went into politics, he had to have that identity to compete with Siaga, because Siaga was truly beloved by the people. Now, the first political garrison in Jamaica was built by the Jamaica Labour Party. See? The PNP did respond to it with their political garrisons too, right? And in the real world, if you're in a boxing ring, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, unroll it, yeah. If you're in a boxing ring and you're a fighter, man, you're coming to fight a man. When him start jab you or punch you, otherwise, you gotta stand up and just take a punch and jab or say is a low blow or whatever. At some point in time, even though you're right that it's a low blow, you know what I mean, a sucker punch, you still have to defend yourself.
Yeah, but see things that the man then go tit for tat to the detriment of we. That's my problem with the two of them.
But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. When Manley came into power in 1972, him aligning with Rastafari precluded Edward Siaga from winning any other election in the 70s, And it was even worse in 76. And what I'm trying to have people understand that Mr. Siaga, as much as he's done well in the area of music and anthropology, I want to say him do well, nobody can even come remotely close to him. Understand? In the area of politics, he did more. If not for him, I can't go on a limb and say Jamaica would not have been destabilized in the 1970s. We have factual data that speaks to Mr. Siaga asking the Americans and the British to come in and destabilize Jamaica, to cut off all of the funding. Seeing? We know about the Eventide home, that retirement home for the women, burnt down. When they did the research, they found that the materials used were foreign to Jamaica, and some suggest that it was the CIA that was behind it. See, and the idea was to create discord. They wanted the economy to scream, and it was again one man who requested these things, Mr. Siaga. See, he was the one who posited that Michael Manley was going to go communist, not the Americans, you know. And even if you read the literature, I'm going to share it with you because you was a man who read. See? Um, they were like, yo, Bridget, we're not a proof that the man are going to go communist. As a matter of fact, everything that he's doing seems to contradict that claim.
Yeah.
And Mr. Siaga did everything he could until the CIA presence in America was the largest in the English-speaking world, Western Hemisphere. See? And you can put things together for really kind of arrive at a certain conclusion. Mr. Siaga was the first person to visit Ronald Reagan when he became president.
Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, Mr. Siaga was the first world leader, period, you know. He was the first world leader. Put in a context today. You know what I mean? Has Andrew Holness ever met Donald Trump? Or Joe Biden?
Don't think so.
Right? When was the last time a Jamaican leader met an American leader?
I think the last time I did when Obama forward there.
See? There you go. So put that in the focus. What could be so important about Mr. Siaga? See? I want to talk about the affairs when it comes to Grenada.
Yeah.
And Mr. Siaga in his books, yes, I know that about the event, I think. Yeah. When you really look at the data in the 70s, it's hard not to fault Mr. Siaga for what transpired. See? And not to blame him for what transpired in the 70s.
Yeah, man.
See?
Hard not to.
Yeah. And you see in the 80s?
Yeah.
The snap election in 1983, all of the austerity measures that he implemented in the 80s, life was rough for people in Jamaica in the 80s, see? And when you read the New York Times that used to praise Edward Siaga, pointed out that Edward Siaga's measures failed miserably in Jamaica in spite of his relationship with Ronald Reagan. And per the New York Times, Jamaica per capita got the largest financial contributions from America than any other country at the time. A lot of money was pumped into Jamaica, and Mr. Siaga was closing schools, he was closing hospitals, and he laid off in excess of 6,000 government workers. You understand? And Mr. Siaga using the poll. This is where Andrew always get these ideas from when it comes to these polls now, you know. If not for Gilbert, he probably would have never called election. You know what I mean? You see, the New York Times mentioned the different moments in which he looked at the polls and saw that all within 1986 he wasn't popular. And Mr. Siaga was doing the same thing with them today. The tourism cycle. Trying to time that wherein they get, you know what I mean, meaningful reports so he could then quickly call election. Mr. Siaga is more anti-democratic than Michael Manley could ever be based on Mr. Siaga's characterization. When I was a youth, them said that man was the best finance minister Jamaica's ever had. But it's when you dig into that, brother, it leaves a lot to be desired. There's just not anything to substantiate those claims.
May I tell a man, that's what I tell you. Look.
Yeah.
Michael, that's what I'm saying now. Me hear now, I know Michael Manley is a man who implement a whole heap of things that was beneficial to the people. But guess what? You see him tit for that. Yes, Amir, give me 1 second. You see him tit for that with this same umbrella. Yeah, that caused the rupture where we are feel to this day.
So you call defensive posturing tit for tat? Should he have just permitted the full overrun of the government in the 70s and not push back? Not detain Bob Grange and Pernell Charles?
No, I'm not saying in terms of pushback, but matter about the policies where in deploy. All right, one a build a garrison community, yeah man, we a build a garrison community too. In a them way the matter. I'm not saying enough for fight back, you know. Fight back, yes. But like big man thing, as me I said, build this a community of it where I go always support me regardless of whatever. This a man I do the same thing too. Me I go get all of this funding, right? Put it into projects. The projects them don't forward to fruition like that. It crash and then now we're left with debt for payback.
You talk about Mr. Manley's projects? You talk about Mr. Manley's projects?
Yeah, some of my projects them not forward to fruition, you know.
All right, look at it now, right? Jamal will educate people who are at the adult age. NHT.
Yep.
Get the Bastard Act. Equal pay for women. CARICOM. I could go on and on and on. If you look at the legacy of Jamaica and the institution that exists that have benefited us more than any other time, and the building of schools, because you have to understand the next thing that he did, you know. When we were getting pittance for bauxite, he went to them and said, yo, we have to rework this thing. See? And he is the one who pushed for them to start processing alumina in Jamaica, you know. Because they did push back, right?
Yeah, and I want to tell you, you know, with the processing of alumina in Jamaica, you know, it benefit we and no benefit we at the same time, because he never take it the step further to bring it to processing the alumina to the final stage, which is aluminum.
You know why?
Why?
You know why?
Why?
Because he was no longer prime minister.
Too.
So guess what I was saying? You see, when he first pushed back, you know, all of these companies said that they were no longer going to do business in Jamaica, right? And given the existential need for bauxite from Jamaica, they had to acquiesce. In the Senate in America, they had Manley as a threat to America's national security, you know. See? They fought him left and right, and they eventually had to acquiesce, right? And in so doing, because one of the arguments that they had to, you know, was, yo, how are we going to refine into alumina without meaningful infrastructure from electricity grid perspective? And Michael Manley said, yo, if it exists, let's build it. So you see the electricity grid we have in Jamaica, if not for Michael Manley, we wouldn't have had it. It wouldn't be there, especially that early.
I wonder where him get them idea from. Well, I go see, you know, my God.
No, we can't go to his London School of Economics, Fabian Socialist Conditioning in the brother, you will see it, you know. See? Yes, fair I say. And you see when Mr. Siaga again was reported to Washington and the British High Commissioner, they were like, yo, we do a psychological evaluation of Mr. Manley, and as far as we're concerned, he's perfectly fine. See? Yeah. There isn't anything unusual about him. They even said, yo, we truly appreciate how he handled the bauxite negotiations. And if we are to use as a harbinger of things to come, he's more than reasonable to work with. You see me, I said? So you see.
I guess what? Watch out, Nile. Me hear that, you know, but you see, with them people a track record too. Them people, you know, this idea with them I put up, is more than reasonable for work with. There are people, you know, when you're reasonable for working with them, you know, you're aligning them interests. You know.
No, all right.
When you don't reasonable for work with them, you know, them man are oust you, you know.
No, so let me give you the context, right?
No, no, sorry, go.
No, without context, that's true, right? In abstract, right? But the thing is, they were making a reasonable argument saying that we don't need to align with Siaga. Manley is good enough. That's what they were saying, you know. That Manley wasn't some wild card, unpredictable, chaotic agent. They argue that his actions are justified given the post-colonial context. They spoke about his background, his mother being white, his father being part white, and a whole host of stuff. They spoke about his education, everything.
Yeah.
So that's why I hear people ask a certain thing. I say, yo, no, I have to go do the research. And you see Michael Manley again, he is one of the founding fathers of CARICOM. And when Siaga came into power, he did everything to cripple CARICOM. Same thing with Bruce. Not Bruce. Same thing with Andrew when he came into power. See? And if Michael Manley's and Barrow's vision, and then Virginia from Guyana's vision, and so forth, had come to fruition when it comes to CARICOM, we all again would be better off. See? And of Michael Manley's book, The West Indies Cricket Team, he was a big fan of West Indies cricket, right?
Yeah.
And that's how when you read when writes, that was a framework for CARICOM. That was a framework for sports and everything collaborative effort in the Caribbean, you know. Because there's no doubt that the West Indies cricket team was able to compete with all the best options that were out there in the world. And modeling off that, well, I get like I'm telling you already, would have won a couple World Cup already. Seeing? Would have a better, more meaningful political infrastructure, financial infrastructure, everything, economic infrastructure.
If all of the Caribbean did operate like a one unit.
Yeah, and when Unruly Dread mentioned the Garvey manifesto and so manifesto, I say Unruly Dread. My brain a wrap around the manifesto yet. But me get you. You know what I mean? You see, if you fuse Manley's politics with everything with Garvey forward, you synthesize that, you really go back to Garveyism as what you were trying to talk about Twin Rambo, where you got to talk about Twin Rambo. See? And Manley did try to bring this essence of Garveyism to life, you know.
Yeah, we know. That's what I'm saying, you know. That's what I'm saying, you know. I want to tell you, know, my only thing with him is that one, the father went forward from, and two, I like the idea of politician of a national hero.
And I understand it.
From me I grew up, I always hear say, if Manley did allow to continue when we are doing, meaning see I'm gonna win the election at the time there and basically destabilize all of the projects them when basically plant the seed for reap from, then Jamaica would have in a better place. Like me hear that from multiple people.
Yeah, right? Man.
You must speak about Michael, man.
Yeah.
So, but that's what I say. My only issue with it is I don't like the idea of politicians to become national heroes. I don't like that.
And I definitely understand and appreciate what you said. And what for us understand that we ought not to have the enemy of perfection be the enemy of good or whatever that adage is, right?
Yeah.
So like perfect be the enemy of good. And we have to look at the cup half full, see? And there's this IMF document that was trying to that chronicled the systems of finance in Jamaica and economics and so forth, and social contract. And it's a very good document to read, coming from the IMF and the World Bank. They spoke to what Michael Manley was doing in the 70s, the first time that a leader attempted to ingratiate himself and engage with the people, where the people were amongst the stakeholders. You know, Angela talk about stakeholders.
Yeah.
When he lists stakeholders, the people aren't one of those stakeholders. In Michael Manley's world, the people were the principal stakeholder, right? I'm gonna get the document and share it with you.
You see, this, if I that are the only option, yeah, me accept that.
Yeah, and Unruly,
the only option. Me accept it.
Yeah, you know, all I know when I say Unruly Dread, say when we disagree with, you know. So I know I go on there, so how I not disagree with the Bridget. You know what I mean? I have to check myself for my bias, you know. You understand?
Niall, this is the home of intelligent reasoning. I don't care none of them they want to say words.
Yeah, man. Yeah, brother. But you see, as much as me I read what the Virgin right,
yeah,
I mean, I agree with him. I have to check myself to make sure I have some bias where, you know, I have to check myself, you know what I mean? I say, yo, why me agree with the Virgin? Because clearly the Virgin knowledge of the thing vast. See?
Yeah.
Him I go far with the thing. And the man not put out nothing for me to disagree with him yet. So I don't know him I deal with.
Let me tell you something now. Listen to me. Me listen to people who older than me and listen to everything what them say key. I grew up amongst them, listen to them when time in them arguments and things from my youth. Right? That's why that's why me preach to enough of them youth in terms of how them go about them ways in our life. You see real world experience.
Yes, sir.
real world experience, you know.
Yeah, man.
Not no beat that, you know. All your education and real world experience. Somebody can have a vast amount of education, and guess what? You don't have enough real world experience, and then go to the real world, and the real world, quote unquote, eat them alive.
Yeah, man. Knowledge in of itself is not wisdom. You need to have some kind of experience to inform wisdom, man. And that comes with a modicum of humility too. See? Yeah. So you see, to the extent that there've been any meaningful social contract, Michael Manley was the first man to put that forward, see? And it's when Dr. Peter Phillips, the architect of the corrective measures economically in Jamaica and financially rather, he then harkened back, and I know me I say it, the IMF documents say he harkened back to those notions of Michael Manley. And when they were discussing, can you remember, you see after what transpired with Bruce, which is a man of respect, though, Jamaica was in such dire straits. It was worse than a quagmire financially and economically, that the IMF and the World Bank were of the view that we weren't solvent or stable enough for them to sign off on us borrowing money internationally. See? That's how bad things were when Portia Simpson came into power. And the architect, Dr. Peter Phillips, designed the instruments that were seminal at the time. And subsequently, the IMF and the World Bank is of the view that that's the model that any country at that scale, even Greece, kind of graft on some of the things. And when Greece got through the thing where Peter Phillips designed, seeing? Peter Phillips is just that mission critical when it comes to the finances of Jamaica. And you know what they did, the PNP? They codified all these things into law, you know? So you see, even the GDP to debt ratio and so forth,
Yeah.
within reason where it is now in 2026, Dr. Peter Phillips' extrapolation pointed to exactly where we are now. And again, he enshrined all these things into law that even if the JLP wanted to deviate, they couldn't. You understand? And yo, the man, if you can remember, me never there Jamaica time, me have to read if you understand. He was there engaging with all the stakeholders. And again, I said the people of Jamaica were amongst the stakeholders, and people were apprised of the progress therein, and so forth. So you see, a lot of those austerity measures that were implemented then, it made it so Portia couldn't implement certain policies, you know. And you see, when you read the article, you know what them refer to as? Them not give what the Virgin name where replace Peter Phillips as finance minister under the JLP name, where the IMF,
Nigel Clark there.
Yeah. Yo, them say Nigel was a custodian who's following through with that which was dictated by Dr. Peter Phillips. See?
Yeah.
See, so it's when you read it, Virgin, you realize that Dr. Peter Phillips was and is the true man. He had the 12 tribe, Virgin. See? You see me I say? And it's so impressive.
In other words, Peter Phillips laid some foundation in place where a man like Nigel Clark can come get a praise for things where he probably never set in place.
Yeah, undeserved laurels. You know what I mean? He received laurels that he has no merit for it. But I'll give him credit as far as the instruments that I'm informed as far as the insurance now when it comes to hurricane. I'll give him credit for that. Not to necessarily say that those are seminal to his. You remember Virgin a PhD in economics, you know, seeing? And he's done meaningful work. He's the one who framed the language when it comes to divorcing the Bank of Jamaica from the government and so forth. Is a man with camera shy, but I love to bring him on onto a platform like this so we can talk. I'm going to try my best to beg him because at them man they can go in and so I understand some of the economic languages and so forth.
Yeah.
But just stick them on the brain. But
hey, but I like to talk about because guess what? But the first question I'm gonna ask him, you know, with all things said, is Jamaica going in the right direction financially, economically? That's the first question I'm gonna ask him.
All right. So when I talk to him, what are you saying? He was perturbed by the term for the governor of the Bank of Jamaica. Based on how he had codified it, it wasn't supposed to be the way it is. And that was a problem for him. And there isn't the meaningful separation as it should have been. That's a problem for him. And I think when him tell me last week, you see how the US dollar is a reserve currency of the world.
Mm-hmm.
You see, before Guyana discovered oil,
Yeah.
they had broached Jamaica to align vis-a-vis Caribbean. Caribbean, so Jamaica could be the reserve currency of the Caribbean because Jamaica have one of the best financial systems in the Caribbean. Seeing?
That are facts.
And as it relates to clearinghouse and so forth, with the US currency and so forth, the Virgin explained to me how much of a gold mine it represented for Jamaica. And the myopic Virgin, under the auspices of the JLP, said, nah, Virgin, nah, we're not interested. See? I know that Guyana has discovered oil, and we know hot in hand, tail between leg, I try to make some move with Guyana. And we could have had better synergy with Guyana and the Caribbean, where it would have been more beneficial for us. So in many respects, he is very hopeful when it comes to Jamaica. But that's in spite of the JLP. You understand? Peter Phillips no, seriously, if you study Peter Phillips, and they like to have this caricature of Portia Simpson being this inept person. But you know, so Portia Simpson, in my estimation, when you look at it, was the most qualified person going into becoming prime minister at the time. He may not have had the fancy Harvard degree like Mr. Siaga or Mr. Manley with the London School of Economics and whatever. But you see, when it comes to what you mentioned earlier, the real world experience.
Yeah, man, should it have that?
And the specialized certifications and so forth. Nobody was more qualified than her. And what was best is her humility, brother.
Yes.
See? Yes. And them demonize the woman.
Yeah, them demonize. And I want to say the reason why Peter Phillips not get them the plaudits the way he would have deserved to, because him live long enough to become the villain of him story. So that you understand? Unfortunate, but
and you hear my Lord, Dr. Peter Phillips, right?
Yeah.
I am of the view that he is a technician in the capacity of the finance minister. That's his wheelhouse. I don't think the same reason why Norman Manley wouldn't have been a good prime minister, wasn't a good premier, is the same reason why Peter Phillips and Mark Golding won't be good at the helm of prime minister. Them not have the panache when Michael Manley have. They don't have Michael Manley charisma. Michael Manley is a different beast when it comes to his capacity as well as charisma. But Peter Phillips, my God, he's just like Mark Golding, a whole heap of meaningful work Mark Golding doing in Jamaica, whole heap of meaningful, necessary work Mark Golding do in Jamaica. But he was behind the scenes. He was camera shy.
That's so he need to remain. He need to do him works then from behind the scenes.
Yeah,
let me tell you why I problem with it. But for me, I see he might try too hard to be this thing that he is not.
Here's the truth about it. People beg them to get more competitive in politics, to get involved in politics. And I truly believe he acquiesced, but that's just not his natural mode. And that's why so many things that he's done and said come across as being so awkward, right? You see, like what Donovan said about the revolutionary stuff, me couldn't be a politician, I would have to be a revolutionary. I don't have the capacity to be politically correct and be well measured and those kind of things. Exactly. A revolutionary is me, sir.
Exactly.
But here's the problem. Who amongst the PNP would make a meaningful leader? Not Damian Crawford.
Nope, that's the next problem.
Not Peter Bunting.
No. Not a blood clot.
So what we gonna do?
I want to tell you too. That's the reason why them name win the election with you.
Yes.
That's the same reason.
Yeah, man. As much as Price, the same Virgin we just mentioned, the Dread, come on, the Ras. And a few of those guys, they did well in the debates. And the problem is that the party suffer the fragmentation fighting over leadership. And we're going, and the party's going back there again. Because the intent to compete with Mark Golan. And Damon Crawford.
Sure. All right. Bro, God, just continue do what you do because it look like you go around the place for a while.
Yeah.
Smoker settings them there.
Yeah, man.
That's the problem, you know. That is
and it's so sad. It's so sad, you know, because the PNP historically, they've been the most democratic of the two parties. Michael Manley never tired for long. Like, you know what I mean? Michael Manley doing thing and move. PJ did around for a while, but he step away eventually. I never like blind.
You know. PG there too, you know, man. He my next umbre too, you know, where I tell us.
You see me, I say, and you see Peter Phillips just step away?
Yeah, man.
I admire that, you know.
Let me say, all right, you say, all right. We don't know why I'm still so I just retire gracefully then.
Yeah, man. But let me show you something now. You see Peter Phillips? He gave Mark Golan an opportunity that Mark Golan either didn't see or didn't embrace. He gave Mark Golan the opportunity to disassociate himself from the historical PNP in a Trumpian sense, where he, the individual, would shape the new notion of the PNP, take on what he wanted from Michael Manley or whoever. But Peter Phillips, I can't remember if I find the video, but I really respect what he said so. In no uncertain terms, said, Virgin, you say if you have a style, any way, so would it feel or would it fall short and so forth within the PNP? Do your thing, Dread. See? Do your thing. And Mark Golan, he's not a political preacher, as with the original name from Portland, the MP, and name, Cartel Liar. Yeah, so when the Hobbesian notion of a political creature, Mark Golan is just Mark Golan. Mark Golan is just not a political creature wherein utility lies, and that are the problem. And it's not because Andrew Holness is doing anything meaningful. Again, it's when Andrew Holness came into power, Virgin, after the first year or so. And I remember that video that he put out when he was taking credit for all that he's achieved. And the man appropriate every damn thing with the PNP, though. Seeing?
Yeah.
But you see them time with the PNP, though? A fight for who are run the cut.
Yeah, man, fight for who and from them.
Virgin, when I see where Andrew Holness take credit for, I say, hold on. Is the PNP still around?
Brother, I tell you, say, when they went time the argument come up with that man there, I tell him what I catch him. I say, that man there is demonic. And that's what I left it at. See, so small thing that over there, I want to say also, like me to explain. Yeah, me willing to explain, never get the chance to explain because I'm there work and somebody call me. Right? But I explain in length. If not Babs play one thing, they make them play one thing about when him describe, when him talk, is always a case of him not say we, including himself.
Jerry.
Him said, no, I mean like when I talk like the Jamaican people, him not say we, I include himself in that. It's like the people them are indifferent.
Yo, let me say something to you. You see me? You will never hear me calling that man Dr. Andrew Holness. See? And if you've spoken to anyone who secured a PhD, trust me, Andrew Holness are earning PhD. And I'm gonna leave it there, so. You see, Andrew Holness.
Honorable bro, God, man. That's it.
Yeah, you see, all right, for example, I saw a video this past Friday with Andrew Holness wherein he's expanded on NHT and he was making this utterance about kids who just come out of college or just getting into the employment space. In many respects, they don't need a lot of square footage. And what happens is that they're reticent when it comes to buying and electing to take advantage of their NHE perks because it's a one-time thing. Wherein later on, when they want meaningful housing, them can't go back to NHT. So that virgin there, him start talk about, yo, we've created this system, this process now where we found a solution for it. When you're young and just go to the workforce, we're gonna make some units available, a certain percentage of units available in these new constructions that are earmarked for young professionals. And the idea is that 10 years later, he made it seem as if it was elective. When they start having a family and so forth and want to expand, they can then re-engage the NHT and secure those perks again. No, what happened is that. Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, man, I hear you, man. Continue.
Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, man, I hear you. Yeah, hear me?
What gonna say?
Yeah, I hear me. Nah, come
Yeah,
out
hear me?
tonight. Yeah, me, I hear you.
Lordy.
Nah, I hear me at all. Somebody type in the chat, so tell him so me I hear him, but him not hear me.
Yeah, hear me? Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, man, me I hear
Yeah,
you.
hear
You
me?
not hear you?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, hear me now.
Sorry, okay.
Yeah, hear me now.
Hopefully you can hear me now.
Me can't hear you all the while, you know. But you don't look like it. Yeah, hear me?
Hello?
Nah, hear me. Somebody type in
Yo,
the
what
chat.
go on?
Type in the chat. That do. Type in the chat and tell him so me I hear him. Him not hear me. Somebody type in
Yo, the
the
man
chat.
I hear me?
Quick and fast.
Ah. Yeah, hear me? Yo, I'm gonna disconnect and come back on.
Yeah, man. Disconnect and forward block. Disconnect and forward block. But interesting. We want to about the NHT. Me hear some ramblings with the NHT, but me never did. That part they did miss me. Me never know, sir. I never know, say them they did that go on. Never know, say them they did that go on. And all them bombarded. Nah, my flub. Forward block then now. Forward block. Hold on, matter of fact, I'm gonna drop this over quick and fast. Yeah, people who kind of reach it. And if they envision, so this alive, they go so long karate. Want do this and then wrap up because as I say, holiday. Me also me did fit do something in and the out of one part of one place, you know. Me did fit the out of one colana. Alright.
Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, man, I hear you, man.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so may I say is that Andrew only come out and make a declaration, right?
Yeah.
And when the people them start asking for clarification,
Mm.
the man come back with a second video and say, yo, you see it? They're always misrepresenting when me say things. I said this and they're flipping it, they're twisting it. See? And him say people are intentionally misrepresenting what him say. This when the man talk the second time around. Cause first he must say no to you know. Yo, they need to read the fine prints. You see, messaging is one of the most important things for politicians. And that's why they try to use simple terminology and so forth, simple phrasing. When the man talk, him oversell the thing. See?
Yeah.
And when him come back and communicate, cause you know what's so funny about even the two video them? A Virgin send the first video to me and say, yo, what are your thoughts? I'm respond to the Virgin and say, yo, if we take him at his word, this seems to be a good thing. However, I'm gonna know the detail and it's kind of sketchy. How is it that he think he can guarantee that these homes will be available in 10 years after they've been quote unquote purchased?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I tell the Virgin say it's sort of like a cooperative type thing where people won't own the property. They probably seem like they're gonna lease it for a while, but
Yeah.
after a while they would have to vacate the property.
Yeah.
But when the Prime Minister attacked, he made it seem as if they would have owned those homes.
Mm-hmm.
Come and say to myself, so yo, why is he so certain that somebody would sell a home afterwards versus renting it to someone and buying a larger property? You see what I'm saying?
Good question.
And when him forward back, he had to concede, he had to capitulate that yo, it's not necessarily ownership. In a one kind of way, they would lease the property for a cycle,
Mm-hmm.
but eventually they would have to vacate it so that other new entrants into the workforce could take advantage of it. But he communicated poorly.
I mean, new work people can come take advantage of. That's how it sounds like.
Yeah, but he made it seem as if it was an investment vehicle for young people.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. So he misrepresented the facts. And when people like me solicited for clarification, he accused us of being mischievous. When I him no know off attack. See? And the same thing with this titling of property for people in Jamaica, see?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've ever read any of the language associated with giving people title for their property.
Yeah.
Brethren, first and foremost, it doesn't apply to Crown land.
Mm-hmm.
And when you read the language, it allows for the government to come back in and say, oh, so you're upon the land for 10 years. Oh, you never pay taxes. Oh, you owe with taxes.
Yeah.
See? There isn't anything in place that preclude the government from going to people for back taxes, right?
Yeah.
And you see the squatters' rights will protect people by you legitimizing, quote unquote, your land or the ownership of the land.
Mm.
You expose yourself to losing the land in ways that you prior didn't. See? So you have to ask yourself, who is really benefiting from this? And clearly, I get where the government are coming from, The more people will own property, within reason, more people will be able to would then be subject to paying property taxes. See? So, but I reach out to them and I try to get certain understanding when it comes to certain things, and I haven't heard anything. They haven't replied to my email. But I just
not gonna do that, my God. That's what I said. Them man alone smoke and mirrors and cloak and dagger settings, when they do things like this.
Yeah, man. And then guess what again now? We'll go to the constitution reform. And if you've read the proposal, it leaves so much to be desired. Especially when it comes to things like even impeachment. When you read Marley in Malahoo forthright, she has said, yo, this impeachment thing is just really political and in a work nowhere. So in that sense, we implement anything in the constitution when it comes to impeachment.
Lord of mercy.
See? And then they don't support term limits. They want a political presidency. They want to be able to stack the Senate in a way that is anti-democratic. When you go through the thing, you say, yo. So you see, that was one of those moments when Mark Golan shined. Because everything that him and Dana Scott and those people objected to was in advocacy of the people.
Mm-hmm.
See? But most people are oblivious to this. But the problem for Mark Golan, though, him put him foot in their mouth again and bring up a topic that no one was discussing. Him having a British passport.
Lord of mercy.
You see me, I say? And then the political machinery of the JLP being better than the PNP, they surely didn't overlook that.
And the propaganda spread. And
yes, brother.
And worse, you look upon Mark Golan in favor of somebody we are more close to Anglo-Saxon than African blood.
Yeah.
So them can't run with them something there and politicize them something there and make the people feel uneasy about appointing him.
Yes, brother. And guess what? It's when you look at the thing, to the extent that Mark Golan has pledged any allegiance to the UK, it's symbolically, without him having to act, And at the same time, you see the Virgin who's part of the King's Council. He had to fly to England to literally bow to the king, pledging fealty. That's Andrew Holness. So Andrew Holness literally pledged fealty to King Charles. See it?
Yeah.
And somehow them benefit politically from that whole back and forth exchange. See it?
Yeah, and the black hole part of Costa Kirkley, you know, man.
Yes, brother. Yo, it's Andrew Holness, and to a point earlier, there's no such thing as a good politician. There is no such thing as a good politician, and Andrew Holness is an excellent politician. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Holness and Bustamante are the best politicians we've ever had. They're not decent people.
No.
You see me, I say?
Great politicians.
Yeah.
People, no.
Yeah, man. It's when you start the research about this thing called complex monarchy and so forth, you find that the king, you start looking into the relationship between the King of England versus the King of the Commonwealth, and you start rationalize certain kind of way again. And no matter how you parse it, you know what I mean? Andrew Holness is the one who've pledged the most and is beholden to that bridge named Charles.
Swear.
And then his tactical move as it relates to the Privy Council. What am I say? JLP for that member in Manley days, the PNP used to turn with the desk. No doubt about it, no doubt about it, see? And it's different because Mark Golden actually born in Jamaica. Mark Golden and his father has done meaningful things for Jamaica in a one way we can't dispute. And you see what the JLP they go with now? They're saying that Mark Golden wasn't necessarily a Jamaican until he married the Jamaican woman. See? So Mark Golden has been so solid though, you have to wonder if there's any sense with him being at the helm.
Why?
He's a nice guy.
But as we are saying, see this other thing, as we are saying, if not him, who?
Wow, what a question, sir.
So that's why I go left it with that, If not,
Yep.
And then boy, it's got me go wrap it up on that there, people. Because you see, well, I'll get into some discussion there, but and right now, because we're done. Because we over time, I think they are going there for.
Okay, but I used to talk for long, because I want about me or sequel at some other point.
Yeah, but why? That's what I say. We never know if it. Cause guess what? These are the thing. These are the only thing I'm answer, right? If you see, if we can't get none of them are people who are see them are people who are some people have them as extraordinary Jamaicans, then maybe we have to do that thing. See?
Yeah.
Create a national honor where below national hero status, but above the thing that the other one of them about order of merit.
Well, you see, what you are suggesting is what Andrew Holness and JLP were suggesting, that we should confer Bob Marley with and so forth and everything. So
Bob Marley can't get national hero. The founding fathers that they have as hero can come down. That me say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Them come down and Marco and Bob Marley are national hero. Them come down. Them two hombre there. Especially Alexander Clark.
Yeah, man. And King Higgins asked about should we talk about the heroes, and we did. So probably want to do a recap.
We did King Higgins. That's why I say me kind of close it up. That's why I say me ask a question before we go. Because guess what? If cause some of them people what we see when we see my highlight this, so them can't get the national hero status. But should we create something right below it where if we recognize them, because really and truly them are extraordinary Jamaicans in them own right? Especially your Miss Lou, them and even Bolt to an extent, right?
Exactly.
Bolt and Peter touched them and this world and them the way even the Taki can't get national hero over Alexander Clark,
Of course. So let me steal man where I say, right? So yes, create that layer, and you confer that status with the Bolts, and even Miss Lou. But for whatever it's worth, Bob Marley need to be elevated all the way to the top, right? But what happened is that when you create that layer, it should be defined in a way that it's mandatory every 10 to 15 years, just like the Hall of Fame in the NFL and so forth, that you revisit the merits of those people being elevated to national hero status.
Yep.
And in so doing at the same time, it goes with what you're saying. Reassess the efficacy of making someone like Norman Manley, not Norman Manley, but Bustamante, the efficacy of him being a national hero. And I think we all would agree that to the extent that the audience of Jamaica were better edified, they wouldn't see anything meaningful about Bustamante for justifying him being national hero. And that argument may even be made for more of them like Norman Manley, right? And even George William Garden. See? But we should afford for the next generation to have a say in who represent them as national hero.
For real.
So every so often you come up with a certain cycle where you say, yo, I could look on them virgin again, yo. Oh, yo, when it comes to moral and ethics, the man they dealt with him cousin. I mean, how that look? You know what I mean? Is that enough to demerit him? You know what I mean? Because guess what? Moral turpitude has to be a component. And what was the moral turpitude? Moral turpitude on our terms, not the European terms or whatever, but moral turpitude ought to factor in. Because, yo, you know what I mean? What kind of example I said? So, yo, Bridget, you can draft your cousin, you know, because one of the most prominent man they dealt with him cousin, you know. And enough you them get, and, yo, them did a good because Douglas Manley was a MP and Michael was this. And, yeah, brother, it's a good formula. Maybe one for discourage a behavior there.
Yeah, man, the cousin and the cousin them were boil the devil soup, you know.
Yeah.
But people, when they don't know anything going on, probably at this I proposed to Andrew Rollins. Probably have to write one letter and tell him, say, yo, watch on bro, God. Bustamante and Norman Manley have to come down, you know, my God. The two man they have to come down and put up Bob Marley them, you know.
Yeah, man.
Come down.
Respect for the platform. I truly appreciate engaging with each and every one, and I'm looking forward to further discourse.
Yeah, man, as we say now, Thursday people, we're going to look on the Galley Fest, you know, Marcus Garvey Galley Fest, you know, we're going to see if all of them something where Marcus Garvey outlined in our 30s, we're in our 2026, and we're 4 years shy of that 100 mark, you know. Hope Jesus. We are going to see if the man them actually achieve how much of them thing there were Marcus Garvey, and we are going to see if Marcus Garvey was really and truly ahead of his time, and maybe him should have did in the 70s or maybe something else, you know, maybe when them the time when certain things go on, maybe at them the time they should have there and try to put certain things in a place. Maybe Jamaica would have been the Caribbean version of Singapore or something like that, maybe. Who knows? I guess we'll never know. But big up the ones, them, you know.
Yeah, man, respect Golden Eye.
Yeah, man, bless up everybody,
man. Unruly Dread, everybody.
See, big up everybody with the part. Big up the whole Alliance female them with the pass through.
Yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. Those both
the
of those.
Whole Alliance.
I saw two of them.
The fierce one, them, Latonia, them. Big up Donovan. Big up Donovan and Mikey Scientist, you know. A man like all like unruly people if out through as usual.
Yeah, man.
And
everybody.
Hey, big up wait charge there. And there, you know. Rome.
Yeah.
You don't know anything about. Because everybody who is silent listeners, them, you know, with us listening and tuning in and us, you know, them just enjoy the discourse and thing, you know.
Yes, sir.
Everybody where they pass through. But you don't know, as I said, Thursday forward, yeah, and the holiday again, we're going to talk about the Galley Festo and thing on the stage.
All right. Give thanks.
And so another thing too, we have another thing too. The last art of debate. We have that to talk about. Plus some other things too, because we see some things that go on. Reggae land go on with themselves, and maybe I watch a couple of the performances them, man. Yeah, you don't know. Which further reinforces.
Yeah, go on. Something.
Yeah.
I see a video yesterday with Vegas.
Yeah.
Carl and a brother on the stage. Vegas see an alphabet man in the crowd. And he called the man. Yeah, man. Vegas see an alphabet man in the crowd. See? And Vegas say, yo, you come up on the stage.
Ah, boy.
And Vegas, yo, my God, you know what? Vegas call him on the stage and Vegas tell him man, say, yo, Vegas I try to, I don't know what the hell he was trying to do, bro. And to the point where Vegas say, you know what, go on around about this and wait for me. I have something for you.
Oh, what
Yeah, God.
See, I said to myself, can you see them youth there when them tailor me and whatever them want him?
Yeah.
And then I see have it on them page and I say, nah, yo, they misrepresented what Vegas did. I'm going to go look for the video, brother. I'm watching about 1 million times. Vegas literally, in one of the intermission, got the edge of the stage, see the man in the crowd, and say, yeah, you, want you come up. See? And Vegas calling the man, and he wanted him to dance to them dancing, and he said, no, I want the man tell Vegas, I want a man. See? And the joke I'm making now.
Nah, I cheated him, I'm not sleeping. I kill me.
Yo,
Vegas
no,
say,
I'm going to see this blouse and skirt.
Vegas said the man say, oh, him say, I want a man. And Vegas say, yo, go run us never song for you. Wait to run back.
Lord of mercy. Oi, at aisle good as dash, you know. At aisle good as dash. At aisle.
Yo. Well, what about I said, Nile, what? Hey, I know the dread.
Why, and them linking up, boy, man.
No, but you know, so let me say this real quick. I know you forgot. I used to go on an Imhotep page back in the day, you know, see? And I had a falling out with Vegas, Imhotep, and Rick Storm. And it's a function of their lack of consistency when it comes to integrity. And I was saying to someone the other day that me used to engage with Imhotep before when he used to fight Sean Paul and Praise Cartel. See?
Okay.
Imhotep was the biggest Vegas fan, and he still is. And he was the biggest Cartel fan at that time too. See? But what happened is that one day Sean Paul was performing in Europe, and he was in the chat talking, and then he came and gave Imhotep his kudos, and the rest was history. Imhotep has been praising Sean Paul ever since. That's when he's shifted from Vegas, from Cartel to be a pro Sean Paul type guy. Yeah, and Unruly can tell you, back in the day, Vegas and Imhotep used to argue about whether or not Sean Paul is the king of dancehall. Vegas was always the commercial Sean Paul is the king, and Imhotep used to vehemently oppose it. So now he praises Sean Paul non-stop. But we can talk about that next time still.
Big up Pierre, man.
That's what I'm saying. I always say, look, I don't need no artist endorsement for me. None. I don't want nobody going to feel like, no, because you see, guess what? You see, if me, when the attile for dash, it does go dash. So, I don't want nobody going to feel like, oh, but no, when the attile for dash, it go dash. But maybe we'll have to do all one thing there and review them regular performances. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, more so this one last thing to Unruly. Unruly, look up the term intellectual omnivores. I come to understand, so maybe that's what I am, an intellectual omnivore, where when there's a need to intellectualize something, I will. But if I talk about a guinea, I still can laugh and talk about the most trivial things. So yeah, man, you know, we'll go back and forth in any space. But when it comes to high level reasoning, as well where they are today, what you contribute to, yeah, man, I'm ready. I'm ready for any crowd.
That's it.
Yeah.
But people don't know, you know.
Yeah, man.
More thing go. I'll kick it off that way. Matter of fact, we'll go kick it off the same way we started. The line. Big up Grown Godzilla, you know. Big up Grown Godzilla.
We'll have to talk about that at some point in time.
We probably have to talk about yes at some point in time. But big up Grown Godzilla, we'll have to kick it off that way, you know. Big up the ones and ones then. See?
Me have me uncle kill dog and drunk. You think them can kill me like Cape kill Franco? Murder that and escaping on me bronco. Did we take your life? I say thank you. Well, what do you bar with? Go say him kill me a sting. The whole Jamaica have that as the wickedest thing. No afraid your punk run go crown him king. Me come fi war them say you pass a thing. Nobody can stop me from vent out me rot. Me come fi war if I see them want fi part.
Yeah.
Mad me get mad now to move my blood clot.
Yeah.
Back to my favorite part where me start. Huh.
Are you mad? You see dancehall artists then, when it comes to lyrics, when we're talking about lyrics, listen. What beat is this?
No boy, me no fear, talk it loud, make them hear full of clarity, me clear. You're just that man. Warlord appear, them drop like chandelier, appear dope is up in here. You're just that man. Gun no fire flare, when it bust, disappear, take your ass out of here. When I must that man. All them declare, me no fear, me no scare. Well, rub them out a yard and we done them in a foreign. It no make no sense them come back here with the bragging. The one them must see Batman and him friend a Robin. Warlord I give them steady mabbing. Well, this is Becca ain't a vein. Me and my friend Yavin done them like Bin Laden. Who caused the bombing? War and be a famine. They plans them yamming. See the hollow point of him a drag him hog sham.